That's right, turn that shit up, man.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Keepin' It 100.
I was trading up.
100.
Yes! What? Here it is!
There's no competition.
I know we need to run the ball more. I'm not an idiot.
Keepin' It 100.
Keeping it 100.
Open competition.
Keeping it 100. The smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The two dudes that kept it real. The dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Break it down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east or west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, moving forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters. But now they're moused up like the true and now and latest. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added a barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sacks trolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. 100's what we do when we're breaking down the players. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the armchair. The tape never lies, the truth you see. We laugh, we analyze, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like Max Sack. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man and Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keepin' It 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Draft Dr.
Keepin' It 100.
Keeping it 100.
Shayne, Money Man Marsaw, and the guard. Draft audience.
Big plays are nice. They're good. We need more of those.
Fuck yeah.
You know what? Raise your hand if you're sure. Remember that commercial? Raise your hand if you're sure. I know I'm sure. The tape told me that this guy is in over his fucking head. He doesn't understand football in the way an NFL coach and a football program should. Just running plays is not going to do it. Listen, this is football at the end of the day. This isn't patty cakes and press. You don't win the press conference and win the games. It always goes back to winning and losing. No doubt. As Tony's saying here, I totally agree. When somebody has the fortitude and the understanding, the poise, and all of those natural traits, nothing's gonna nothing would have phased any player that's ready to play football and is a competitor. Nothing phases them. You know what phases them? The coach calling dumb shit. That phases people. When you're 3rd and 2, right, and you're bringing an empty set, that phases you as a quarterback. Like, why are we doing this? Why can't I have David here, give him the ball or pull the ball, and let's get the first down? There's a play against the Bengals, right, where the defensive end feather techniques, right, and he's got Justin in his sights, right? Do you remember what Justin did? He spun, twisted the guy around, missed, and got the first down, kept the drive going. He does things naturally on the streets. It's like Michael Jackson performing. When he's out there, we know Beat It, we know Thriller, right? But what's Michael gonna do? That's a star. And when you see a superstar in that moment, their performance is epic all the time. Devin Hester, same thing. Motherfuckers, don't punt to him. Don't punt. They punt to him. Oh, fuck. You have the job. You're the coach. So to ask the whys is somebody that's just completely passing the buck. It's just pass the buck. We got to find. Dion Miller was on the show. She was tremendous last week. And she said, she loves you too. She never heard an NFL coach say this kind of yoga, let's meditate, let's find the whys in the world. Football isn't about that. There is a place for that.
Talk that talk.
Football is about, I'm getting in your goddamn face and we figure out the whys right here on this line of scrimmage. You want to know why? I have why. Why the fuck does David Montgomery get a first down on 3rd and 1 and you don't fucking say, I need a measurement? That's a why. Get on the field. He got it a yard past that yard. Instead, Matt Nagy thinks he's smart. Let's go. Hustle up and run a quarterback sneak. And they don't get it because they get fucked twice. Because you're not a head coach and you got nobody helping you. You got to ask the whys. No, I'm asking why not?
Next week, we'll see how it goes. Justin is improving. We'll see when Andy is healthy. We'll evaluate it then to the point if Justin gets to the point where clearly, I think most of us believe he will, that he deserves to be the starter, then you let him be the starter. Or, listen, hell have no fury if you pull Justin Fields after starting a couple of games here in Chicago.
Oh my God. We caught him in a lie, Kenneth. We caught him in a lie in his press conference last week when he was talking about Justin Fields. After practice, he goes through everything, and then he works with the team afterwards.
Nobody called him on that, and it bothered me. Wait, so let me ask you this. I didn't see the show. I want to ask you this. He said that he did reps with the first team, right?
Yes.
When Justin came out there, Justin said, we get some practice squad guys. And I remember thinking,
receiver.
What starters is he playing with if he's throwing a practice squad? And I don't remember anybody asking anything about that part. But I remember thinking
they start on the practice squad, Kenneth.
Okay, I got you. The practice squad starters, my bad, Shayne. I got with the smartest man, right? But when they set it up, listen, Phil, at first I was like, damn, you have all the starters staying after practice doing reps with him?
Right, that would be smart.
Yeah, I was like, listen, those vets are really in it, right? That's what I was thinking, like,
this is the team.
Guys are ready to go, right? Yeah. So when he said, but when Justin was like, we get, I was like, wait, that doesn't shake right, because he just said he's getting reps with the starters after the game. That is, so what? Because he's counting Cole Kmet when he's saying that, as far as getting reps after the game with the starters. So that's the starters. Cole Kmet's out there with the rest of the guys. Get out there. Regardless, he's going to throw picks. Don't think he's a rookie in the league. He's going.
Peyton Manning threw 27, right?
And I was exactly. And I was a big time Peyton guy. He made me love Tennessee. And until Edge got there and he got it that second year, he took his ass took off. Right, led the league, broke the record for interceptions, I believe, when he was a rookie in Peyton Manning. He's going to. I don't think he's going to throw that many cards.
No.
But still, he's going to have those hiccups. Right now, and it's fortunate, and I hate to say that when someone gets hurt in Andy Dalton, but you're fortunate enough now that Matt Nagy actually has cover. because what you could say is Justin's not ready. We had to put him out there. So when let's just say he has 3 games right now, they're kind of topsy-turvy or whatever, right? And so you could sit there and say, well, this was earlier than we expected. And then Shorty starts taking off, and now you've ridden out that bad time that you have right now that you were going to prolong because you were going to wait before you actually put him in the damn game. I would be willing slightly to be like, maybe not do it, right? But it goes further. The reason of having a rookie quarterback in his rookie deal is so you could sign someone like this, right? But your cap is all messed up.
Well, it's going to grow. The cap.
I know, but it's still
F a cap.
Yeah, F a cap, and you can move stuff around, but still, we know the excuses. Wait, Phil, we know the excuses they're going to use.
Yes, I don't think they want him back because he is that.
Well, and they have the built-in excuse with all the dead cap money that they're going to carry. They have mismanaged the cap to the point that they have to choose between Allen Robinson and Roquan. I think that's really where they are right now, and it's Roquan.
Who would you choose? Go around Shayne?
Roquan.
Kenneth?
Oh, if I'm choosing between Roquan and Allen Robinson?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm choosing Roquan.
Me too. So around the board.
Over here, let's curl. I said it, I get so frustrated. The city of Chicago.
Nagy throwing curls. I hope he throw it downfield, but he always calling curls. I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls. Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like Matt Nagy loves drawing plays. Calling plays. Surprised they all curls. Man, I should erase it with a pencil. Nagy hit his barber, asked for the Jerry curl special. Damn, do we really think any dog in the special? Curly fries on the Greek diner menu. Primetime curl routes disappoint the venue. We got speed receivers blocking the ends too. DDP called me up, so I'm in route. I hope Mustafa could throw a block. 32 might have to bust out and break 11 tackles. By the way, RIP to the tackles. Matt Nagy up prepared, he got the city shackled. Giving up first downs, Eddie Jacks won't tackle. And it's the same old song, and they gon' put in just the fields, but it won't be for Nagy throwing curls. I hope he throw it downfield, but he always calling curls. I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls. Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like.
Couldn't find a run if he was DMC. 4 long years, no identity. 32. Montgomery, Dinkin ducking off his ball, pace, signs, and speed. Prime overnight, get it straightened up for curl. Nagy played calls from Arena World. Hold up, gotta answer the why. Always calling passes cause
big plays are nice.
Gimmicks don't work in the streets or the field. Overwhelmed line like a VU spiel. Preaching competition at every position, but not having Justin on the field. Contradiction. For sure. Throw the diner menu out, smells like manure. Give up late calls, let him stand in ovation. And while you're at it, throw out collaboration.
Curls. I hope he throw it downfield, but he always calling curls. I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls. Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like.
Bubble screen over here, let's throw curls. I said it, I get so frustrated. The city of Chicago, Lord Funk, get a chair for Matt Nagy's curls. Let's do curls all day. Attack down the field. Over here, let's throw curls.
What are the whys?
Performance over politics.
Yo, curls. That was fucking fire.
is Claudio the Barber. This is Shy City Sports. Keeping it 100. Let's see. Bear down. Bear down. Bear. I got to do this 9 times for that fucking game. That was an embarrassment. Listen, you know what? Nagy's going to Nagy, and this show is going to be fire. You know, buckle up. We got another great show for you tonight. We got RSP's Matt Waldman coming on again. This dude is awesome. So let's bring on one of the infamous, that always imitated, never duplicated, Draft Dr. Phil.
Yo.
What is up? Shayne is late.
Shayne is going to be a little late tonight, but that's good because that'll let us talk about the curl song.
Yes.
And obviously, fans are fired up. We've been keeping this in the bucket. The turnover bucket is for clearly Sean Desai's Bears, but our bucket of beats and lyrics and pride.
Listen, I didn't even listen to. I told you I didn't even listen to this.
Claudio waited. We didn't even go to the debut.
No, premiere. I didn't. I was busy cutting, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna wait till the show. And that thing was awesome.
He's making that first class seat money, motherfucker.
Jackal, you fuck.
Yo, if you're not a fan of this network, don't smash the like button. If you are a fan, smash that fucking like button tonight. Listen, I know Wednesday nights people are tailgating for this show, but I got to tell you something. We need to talk about this song real quick because there's so much, like the tape that I cut. And thank you, Berlissimo, my brother. You saw him in the video. The tape that I cut, that'll come out tomorrow with this fucking... I got to get into the football stuff. But this network prides itself on half of me, half of Shayne. All of me is hip-hop. That's where I grew up. My father didn't teach me it. He doesn't even know where I got music talent. My mom doesn't have it, so
you were the LL of Wallingford, bro.
Yeah, LL of Wallingford, and
the kangaroo hat.
I said when I came over because the old network kind of like hamstrung you, like Nagy calling curls. The playbooks we're always onto something else, but parody song, but original stuff and being creative, that was going to be a priority when we came over here to the Tape Never Lies network. And listen,
you can only get that here. Nobody else does that shit.
Yeah, original song. Everybody was thinking, let me get that up in the corner there. Everybody was thinking we were going to do some parody stuff, and there was some funny stuff, and everybody understands when I go into a rant, as Jackal can tell you, real quick, Jackal, real quick, right, Jackal? I got to get into a zone like BHL. I come straight off, right, Jackal?
Pretty fly for a white guy right there.
So that's how we do it. This guy, though, was like finding a great player in the 5th round, like Darnell Mooney. And our music producer here for all of the stuff that we've been doing lately, the collaboration that really matters here at TTNL, not up there. Throw out the collaboration. I think you hear the lyric. There's so many Easter eggs in this video. So you got to go watch it 3-4 times, like Chris Zorich. He's texting me. He's like, dude, I can't get it out of my head. I've watched it 4 times. Well, without further ado, let's bring on the guy who produced the whole beat with me here, and we'll tell the story real quick. What's up? This is our guy.
You can hear me, right?
We can hear you, but you can take off the mask if you want.
No, I just wanted to show this, man.
Oh, this pride.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I bought this before the season, man, and hopeful that I would never have to be ashamed of it. But damn,
damn is right.
You know what you don't have to be ashamed of is that song, bro. That song was fucking amazing.
Man.
We
DDP, man, laced it up, man. Laced it up easy, light work. You know what I mean?
Listen, I want to tell this true story behind the song. This is Keeping It 100. Tonight, we're going to get plenty of football. Jackal, what do? Jackal gives you the fucking timestamps. You can fast forward if you don't like this. But this is Keeping It 100. This song is very special to us because it came through one lyric. And the lyric was inspired by David Montgomery, who is the identity of this football team. So the way I don't know, my wife will tell you I go on the elliptical or in the shower. These are the two things that get my brain going. And I said, couldn't find the run if he was DMC. Like, I fucking jumped off that elliptical machine, called this dude, and was like, dude, we got to make a song, and it's going to destroy this coach. I'm so tired of it. And it literally was born in that moment. I was thinking of my boy Bullets, who's 100 Crew, how he loved Run DMC, and so did I. And I'm like, yo, this, and I just said, this is the true story now. I said to Cool Kennedy, I go, I got one lyric, but I need you to make a hook with me in that rant of curls, curls, curls. And I want like Tribe Called Quest, like it's got to be like boom, got, it's got to be like that, because I just need to fucking flow and drop it, right? Cool Kennedy I gave him my whole rant. He took the whole rant, and fucking the next day, I was like, you got the whole hook. Now I got to write my bars. I only had that one line, and the rest is history, man. You are, listen, there's talented motherfuckers out there, but you are a genius, man. I couldn't be more happier and prouder of this song. I thought it was going to be done last week, and then my son got COVID, and therefore that transpired. Claudio, I don't know where he's going, but you could stay here. He looks tired, man. He looks tired, man. All that money.
Making money, baby.
I worked hard today, man. I gotta take a nap.
Yeah, we're working hard. We're just not seeing all this money you got, man. Damn.
Yeah, hey, DDP, man.
Bills. You got curls. It's curls, curls, curls. It's bills, bills, bills over here.
That's what it is, man.
But yeah, you took to that. You grabbed the hook. You grabbed my rant there. Everyone thought we were going to do a parody, and I got like, let's switch the script, and the rest is history. I wanted you to come on real quick and announce we got our new production company between the two, me and him, under the TTNL umbrella. You'll be seeing or hearing Real Quick Productions. That is me and Cool Kennedy collabing in the right way. Bro, you killed it. People are on fire. The YouTube channel, over 1 million views. TTNL is hitting hard, but what do you think about it?
Hey, my low key, my favorite line you did was gimmicks don't work in the streets, or the field. That's deep, man. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly where it's at. You know what I mean? Like it's a fact of life in the streets, and in the fact.
Fuck out of here, Claude.
That's how you make an entrance.
What's up, Shayne?
There he is.
Cool. We just unveiled it, Shayne. We played it. Obviously, the premiere, over 400 people just watching it live. Then we come over here.
You guys released a song? What's it called? What's it called? Deep Routes?
Slants.
All goes. All goes. No, but gimmicks don't work in the streets or the field. Overwhelmed line, like a BU spiel.
That captures it, man, because that's what I've heard from you since day one, man. Like you explained to me that you were in the music. You explained to me the cloth that you were cut from, you know, that 90s era. You had that influence. And then also you had that same air about you when it came to football and how you would explain it. You know, your dad is old school, so you have that old school flavor even about football. So it kind of reflects with music too. And then, you know, that's an old wisdom, is that, you know, gimmicks don't work in the streets, and you definitely express that, you know, it don't work on the field either. And we've seen that, man. And this is the most disappointing thing about it, is that, you know, fundamentals is being overlooked in this camp, in this organization. So fundamentals, man, we got to take it back. And whatever they do in the future, man, like they like your dad says, they got to keep it simple, stupid. You know,
well said. That's what this, honestly, I know we spent like the first whatever breaking down the song, but the song is born of the frustration of what is Coach Nagy and what the Chicago Bears are. If you're a Bears fan, even if you hate TTNL, and you dislike that song, you're a fucking lost cause. That's the reality. People, I even have to say, Cool Kennedy destroyed the concept. He grabbed, like I said, Shayne said it. This is a talented motherfucker. Because every time I give you something to do, like I give you another challenge. I already got the hook. I got everything for our next song. I'm not doing no spoiler alert. But the next song is gonna be even more epic than this one. But my fucking phone is blowing up from former Bears players, and I won't put their name out there till later and make you wait. And all of these former teammates from Hofstra, and people like, yo, that shit is fire. That shit, you guys killed it. And that's what this is about. TTNL is all about music, fun, satire, but seriousness. Everything about life comes through this. And that's why tonight I wanted to bring you on. Take your bow seriously, because
hey man, it's all respect to what you guys do, man. You know, that's how I found you guys. You guys were doing your thing, and that's why I sent you that song, man, because I saw you like to do music, and that's where it starts, man. That's the start of the story for us. And I just appreciate you guys, and I'm happy that you incorporate two of my loves, music and football, and the Chicago Bears, man.
It is a epic night in a normal. Everyone's like, oh, when are we gonna speak something positive? Well, TTNL is positive. Yeah. That's the positive.
Man, when we get a Super Bowl song, come on, man. We were doing a Super Bowl shuffle, man.
We will definitely do that. You know that. But
we can flush that old shit.
Yeah, definitely get that old shit out there. I know they will never play this in Club Dub, and that's okay with me. But the reality is, fans need to play this. Fans, you need to share it to the local media heads and friends and whoever, and let people know we're tired of this shit. Today's presser, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into Justin Fields. I already shouted out Barrelissimo, cut the tape. He gave me that on Tuesday. I've been working on that. DDP's Tape Never Lies. That'll be out tomorrow at some point. I don't know what exact time. I just got to narrate and finish it. But the reality of this stuff always goes forward with the truth. That's where we stand. I said to Shayne, everybody's coming out of the woodwork now, calling out Nagy. But there was one place that you kept hearing this, no matter the troll, no matter the media person that came on, no matter what title anyone had, we always stood with our truth, our conviction, and our analysis. This isn't a fanboy meatball show. Me and Shayne will debate. Me and Cars will debate. Me and Barrelissimo will debate. It doesn't matter, because the unveiling of the truth is why everybody comes here. It's why. And when you see the real passion, you can't understand. I can't turn the page like some asshole that can, well, it's a loss. Get over it. That's not how I roll. And when I got that lyric in my head, couldn't find the run if he was DMC. 4 long years, no identity. 32, Montgomery. Jesus Christ. I had a fucking moment of God in these lyrics to let go of my anger and stress over the shoe salesman that I've called out for years. And there's nobody that stood on that soapbox but me and this network. And Shayne, I know that makes some people so uncomfortable. But when you put in the hard fucking work and put your children aside so you could cut tape, and your wife and your kids, and you're trying to do this for fans, and you think I'm not going to have pride in my work, my convictions? What am I doing it for?
I've been home for 35 seconds. I almost bit it coming down the stairs down into the basement. I ran in and I had told you that I was going to be late, but we find it therapeutic. But Phil, just to your point and to your credit, you and I talk every day. I think everybody knows that at this point. Cool Kennedy's been involved in those conversations. You know how we just fucking go. We kind of zone out. But to your credit, it shouldn't have taken the fucking Cleveland Browns game for anybody to be like, oh, yeah, he's got to go. Now he's got to fucking go. that shows you how fucking lost that you are from Jump Street. That it's listen, you've had you talk about narratives. That means that you've had a narrative built up in your head that everything else surrounding the fucking guy, it's no different than Ted Phillips and George McCaskey. They've been there for all of it. Matt Nagy's been there for the struggles of a guy that was drafted in the top 11 in Justin Fields, and then a guy that was drafted in the top 2. Yes, he wasn't here when he got here, but he was really the guy that was responsible for the development of him. That's part of it. I happen to think that Mitch had a lot of issues that were never going to be resolved anyway, that really aren't Nagy's fault. It's a part of it, but it's a testament to this network. Phil, from where we came from, how much bullshit did you take about that?
I remember like doing all my hard work, true story.
Yeah.
And saying to Shayne, I can't do this no more. I can't go on a show busting my ass, breaking down tape through truth, and then having somebody tell me I'm wrong, and I don't know, and they've not watched anything to come up with their determination, just other than wanting to put on some fraudulent show. That's just not my way. I just don't get down like that. And it used to really, truly bother me. So it's this whole night to me is therapeutic in the fact that we released the Curls, Curls, Curls song. You got that creative process and flow, and it gives fans an opportunity to laugh or get upset or whatever. But it truly speaks to our fan base, the Chicago Bear fans. We're tired of this bullshit, and we're right there with you. But at the same time, there needs to be some sort of credit that some people need to give the TTNL and stop playing that game like they don't know us and they could flip-flop. I don't tolerate that. I don't care if Robert Schmitz came out and had a confession and said, now all of a sudden I was wrong about all this. Everybody still liked me. Everybody still liked me. I don't get down. I've never met Robert. He might be great. Let's bring him on and talk about that, because I bust my ass in the process. There's a difference. There's an analyst, there's a fraud, and then there's somebody that's a news reporter. A reporter asks questions and writes, the story. An analyst puts their name to it. That's what I do. Every time I put my tape out there, it's open for everybody to criticize.
And see, and the thing is, Phil, the way you broke it down in the tape, with the way this network extends that the analytics throughout the week, even it brings it to full circle, because most people, before I was even introduced to this network, you take, when there's a win, a lot of shit is covered by the win, and the major media gets to overlook things, and you get by with it because the win covers a lot of things. Some people are of that logic and that mind, but with the tape, you can go in and see what needs to be improved on despite the win. Like, so the Bengals game, if you just say, oh, they won, oh, they must be doing a good job. But when you go back and look at the tape, it exposes all the needs for improvement, especially the line from that coach angle, like you said. So it's like, man, when the average fan is just looking from that sideline angle that the TV shows you, they don't get to overlook the tape. All those things are passed over. You know what I mean? And the fan has a built perspective by the NFL. You know what I mean? Like, and by the professional quotes analysts that follow after. So like, we always know that there's a problem, and you have to expose it. You expose that problem.
Yeah, there's a problem when people come to you and say that Khalil Mack sucks. That's the shit. Yeah,
that is the shit. And then
that's just craziness.
Imagine the lack of character that I would have if I just agreed with it. Like with any guest, I told Shayne goes, Phil, your eyebrow raises like The Rock when I know you're about to pounce back, because if a guest is of an opinion,
Waldman's taking notes right now. Watch
if Phil's a guest eyebrow. Is of an opinion that isn't formulated from tape, and I was on a show and somebody was talking about David Montgomery can't see the hole. And I had to put them in place. You witnessed that show, Cool Kenny. So it's like that has to happen. Otherwise, TTNL is nothing in my mind. Because if we don't stand up, and it's okay, everybody can see things differently. It's just so easy for somebody that has known the game, studied all, coached every position, played the game. I'm going to say what I feel. If Mike Glennon is the next Joe Montana, and I hate Mike Glennon, my feelings for Mike Glennon aren't going to invade my process of watching his tape. That is it's just not in my life. It's not in my stratosphere of analysis. So TTNL, music, everything tonight, you killed it. Real quick, it just so happens coincidentally, Shayne, what Cool Kennedy's talking about, the NFL not giving fans that we pay for the fucking Game Pass. Yeah. We pay for the coaches tape. It's week 4 and we still don't have coaches tape if it isn't for our executive.
Think about how lucky we really are, Phil, that we don't have access to it after that debacle.
Well, I get it.
I
called Shayne. I go,
I'm refreshing every hour.
Oh my God. Sam Mustipher looks like he couldn't start on my kid's flag football team. Wait till you see the tape. The tape doesn't lie. So Nagy lies. Nagy lied today. We're going to get into it, but you don't lie. I wanted to bring Cool Kennedy on here in a celebratory night, open the show with Curls, a TTNL and a Real Quick Productions original song. We are going to be putting out a full-length album with all the bear up, bear down, shout-outs, X's with the O's, bold predictions, what else? Draft mob songs, Keepin It 100, all of it will be coming out probably by Christmas, but we have 2 new songs in the process. One of them, the lyrics aren't matching up where we would hope, so we got to hold on to that song. But this next song that we're going to write is going to be the anthem. That's all I'm going to say. Cool Kennedy, I really appreciate you jumping on here.
No problem, man. No problem.
I truly, from the bottom of my heart, I love the new, I know there's always going to be haters, but I love the new sound for my tape breakdown. You produced that as well, because I will talk about that later because I know we got our guests. But thank you so much. Amazing job producing that song and dropping bars on it and creating the hook and everything. You're the man, bro. You're the man.
Appreciate
Take a bow.
Guys, man. Love you guys.
Love you too, man. I can't wait to see you. It's almost like 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, baby.
Yeah.
Chicagoland.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah,
that was whoop.
Oh,
say
I was just gonna say we'll link up. Yeah.
We'll link up. We're definitely linking up. We're going to dinner. Don't worry about it. Cool Kennedy. Guy is unbelievable talent here. Curls. We'll play it again at the end of the show. Guy produced that song. Speaking of producing songs, this guy's now playing trumpets, trombones. He's got so much talent. I want to get him on a track. Yeah, sax,
man. Yeah,
he's sax. Dizzy Gillespie plays the sax. Deaf dumb booty, I'm out to wax. Who said that lyric? Someone in the
Waldman
chat.
just threw his saxophone away.
He has been deaf dumb booty. He's out to wax. I'm sure of that. But listen, this guy, love him. Rookie scouting portfolio. You know, he's the fan of his favorite show is this show. Our favorite show is his show. That sounds like a song. But anyway, let's introduce him in the way TTNL always does.
Once we hit April 1st, we told you all that TTNL was going into overdrive with our 2021 NFL draft coverage to get you all ready. When we flipped the calendar, there was only one man for us to call to help us kick off our NFL draft talk. The rookie scouting portfolio creator has set it all up for you to help get you prepared for the draft. You won't find another more comprehensive NFL draft guide out there. Hopefully, Matt sent one over to collaboration headquarters at Hallis Hall for Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy to use. Bears fans, TTNL fans, you are now on the clock. And with the first pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, TTNL Network selects Matt Waldman.
There he is. There he is.
Can't hear you.
We can hardly hear you, Matt.
Not now.
Just a little bit. Hold on.
I know what's going on.
That's okay. I distracted you with the trombone. Shayne corrected me with
He's
the
like,
stats.
those motherfuckers haven't updated my intro. Fucking draft's over.
Listen, he was there for the draft. He was there when we traded up. He called the truth. People love Matt Waldman. I've never heard one bad comment about Matt Waldman.
Hello. How's that?
That's better. I can hear you close to the mic. Like
voice is back.
I don't know what's going on today, but
there we go.
There he is.
Whatever
All right.
you just did. Whatever you just did.
We're good.
It was the best of times, and it was the worst
of times. There we go.
There you go. I wanted you
Life
to say
of a Bears fan.
Welcome to Cleveland past.
Yes, exactly.
He is a Browns fan, so what better person to have come on the show with full autonomy, full clarity, full understanding about Matt Nagy and what transpired with a young quarterback on Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. Matt, let's start there. You know, you obviously a rookie quarterback. To me, you have to have a plan. You have to have some sort of understanding of how you're going to attack an opponent. And when I look at the Cleveland Browns, tell me if I'm wrong, I look at their defense, I look at the two edge rushers, and I say, wow, that's a lot like my defense here in Chicago. That's priority number one when I have a rookie quarterback. What did you see from Justin Fields and more so Matt Nagy using Justin Fields on Sunday?
Well, I mean, listen, you guys have talked about this for years with Matt Nagy and how he's the best thing that he's the thing that he's best at is pretty much destroying an offense. So I don't need to go into it a great deal, but the way I described in my column this week was that, you know, you watch one of the opening drive and you see some read option and David Montgomery goes around left end and gets a nice gain. And you're like, okay, good. So Matt Nagy brought a stick of dynamite and he's waving it around at the Browns defense. And they noticed after subsequent plays that the book of matches fell out of his pocket. And he then just kicked it away instead of bending over to try and pick it up. Didn't have a spare lighter or anything. And then he decided to use that dynamite as a knife sharpener instead, and it blew up the backfield. So, I mean, the first thing you would think, just as even if you're just a casual fan of the game, the first thing you would think when you think Justin Fields is we're going to use option plays. We're going to use some sort of read because his legs are a big enough threat that's going to take Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney. And Jadeveon Clowney, the only reason, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but the primary reason by far that you bring in Jadeveon Clowney is to stop the run, because he is incredibly good at penetrating into the backfield to stop the run. He's a great run stopper as a front seven guy.
Right. And Bears made him a pass rusher.
There you go. And so when and I mean, and he can do some of that, but yes, that's not his primary thing. And if that's and that's the whole point, is that you have these two guys and you're thinking they're going to slow this guy down. They're going to slow these two guys down by at least making them respect Justin Fields being able to take them around the corner. And that's going to open up even more lanes for David Montgomery
than what than what Andy Dalton could ever possibly do, even if they strapped a missile to his ass. So when you look at it from this perspective, that they didn't use that at all, other than one play. It was basically he walked into it was like, Matt Nagy walked into a bank and threatened to rob it with a squirt gun. And we find out very quickly that all it is a squirt gun. And so at that point, they couldn't do anything with the run. The play action became a joke because they didn't use it often. When they did, the down and distance situations weren't great for it. You're not going to run slow developing plays where you're going to have a slow developing play action boot towards a guy like Peters, who is not in his prime, had a great career, but you're not going to do that when the Browns know. They're going to look at him and go, we're going to blitz. We're going to blitz you. We're going to pressure you. We're going to make you show that you can do some of the smaller, detailed, technical parts of quarterbacking that maybe you showed at Ohio State on film a little bit, and maybe you didn't, but we want to see you do it under pressure in your first game while you're behind. Yeah. And so, the offensive game plan, I think everybody in the national media has finally caught up to what you guys were talking about years ago. So I would rather just say, look, tip your hat to what you guys have been talking about and move on to be honest, what is it that Justin Fields can do? Because the way I've stated on my podcast was this: everyone who's had any iota of experience working out in the real world has worked in an environment where the team they've worked on is a shit show. The bosses are incompetent and they don't want to change, and they're making money, so they don't care. The front line of people, your teammates, can be demoralized. You feel like that there's a ceiling on your potential in terms of how they can grow and develop you at that moment, or what they can do to make you the best that you can be. And for Justin Fields, just after watching him, there are things, regardless of Matt Nagy, regardless of the staff, regardless of anybody above him who is basically creating what we call the policy for this offense. Anybody who's creating that policy, they're going to be gone one day. He's still most likely to be there after they leave. So my best advice to him is, you're going to be the leader of this offense, whether you get a better coach or a worse coach. I don't think you can get much worse right now, but either way, you're still going to have people who are going to hold you accountable. So the best advice I can give is, look for the low-hanging fruit that you can work on that is going to make your game better, regardless of whether it's Nagy and it's the curl flat is the answer to every problem, or whether or whether it's or whether you wind up with an absolute great head coach and coordinator, like whether it's the Ravens or the Bills, who figure out what their quarterback is and mold the scheme to the talent. And what I see right now, the best thing that Justin Fields probably could do, in my opinion, outside of maintain a perspective of like, I'm going to be here longer than they are, so I might as well just get working at the parts of my game that's going to help no matter what scheme I'm in. And that would be footwork. And his drop back foot, there were some plays that you could talk about the pressure. You can talk about the realistic nature of what play they called, and the game situations and the difficulty that he had to face due to pressure and due to linemen not being able to pick up certain blitzes or certain delayed looks or things that might have been his call that he didn't make a great call on or whatever. But what I'm seeing with his footwork is, I'd like to see him stop adding extra steps with his drops, because and being able to be very precise with those 3 and 5 step drops, because when you do that, it sets the foundation for everything that you do and after that, and giving him an opportunity to get that firm foundation in place. When you drop back and you're in a balanced position and you take the appropriate number of steps, That allows you to be in better rhythm with your receivers' routes. It allows you to see the field a little clearer because you're not thinking about extra movement. That extra movement doesn't jostle you as much. You're thinking more about, when you have that down, you're thinking less about your feet and more about what's going on in front of you. So you're going to see, for instance, Cole Kmet's jerk route on the play that we talked about where he missed that because he took a couple extra steps. That's really what it was, because by the time he finished those 2 extra steps, he didn't have room to climb and move to the right and throw that ball with anticipation. He had to go to his left, and that was disaster for him on that one play. Now, again, in the scheme of everything else, we're talking about nitpicking
like
things
snowball.
that every rookie. Yeah.
It's snowballed. And
Yeah.
you know what, Matt? I'll send out my breakdown of this stuff, and you're 100% right. I'm gonna show the critical Justin Fields misses, the not trusting, and the offensive line is pathetic. It is horrible. Fetty and Mustafa couldn't play for my son's flag team. That's how bad it is. But to your point, you're an NFL quarterback. You gotta step into these throws, know where your outlet is. But again, it's like it's almost to the level of chicken or the egg, because this is a rookie quarterback. I don't understand how you're not 2 tight ends chipping. The funny thing is, Myles Garrett says the week before, I've never been chipped so much in my life against the Houston Texans, who have a great performance with Tyrod Taylor against them. Or was it it was Tyrod?
It was.
I think Tyrod got hurt that game, right?
Yep.
Next week, it's like they don't even watch the tape of how another team.
I think they do, Phil, and we've seen this here. Let me add Cars here because I know he wants to. I know he's got a lot of thoughts on this, but it's like the Bears go out of their way to. All right, you saw Garrett say, I've never been chipped so much in my life. It's like that sets off an alarm in the Bears coaching staff's head that, wait a minute, they're expecting us to do this now. We're going to pull the fucking okey doke and we're going to do something completely against the grain of what they're thinking. And that's how we're going to beat them. They've done it time and time and time again. Back to when Lovie Smith, we're going to get off the bus running the football. And fucking Kyle Orton has 58 passes that game. You know what I mean?
It's all ego. It's been the biggest. They think it's Matt thinks he's smarter than, Matt Nagy thinks that he's smarter than everybody else, right? Like he thinks the pedigree that he's got affords him something. And, Shayne, I texted you when we talked to Doug Plank a few weeks ago, right? Doug Plank talked about when things go bad, office doors start to be closed and you don't see the mingling in the hallway. And I'm pretty sure if you throw in the way that Laser threw him under the bus earlier and now what's going on, that those hallway doors are closed. And it's a very interesting time for sure.
I told Matt about my Uncle Sam talking about whispers. Once they start whispering in corners, change is occurring. The national media obviously is catching up to what we've talked about here, as Matt's saying. But here's the big question, Matt Waldman. Seriously. Are you afraid? Because we've seen the David Carrs just destroy Matt Nagy, but he is coming from a place of sympathy because he was that young QB getting destroyed by another dumbass head coach at the time. So is Justin Fields going to be hindered? I know Shayne's answer to this, but do you feel like he can overcome this kind of punishment or benching or just the abuse or the no teaching? There's no fundamental teachings going on. So it's almost like unbelievable. Can this kid overcome it in your mind?
He can, but I think the best thing that can happen for him in this environment is to just get benched again until the Bears coaching staff shows its own way out the door, because it's going to happen. And I think when you look at Fields, you just have to understand the things that he had issues with are the things that are compounded by pressure. They're compounded by being in a bad game script. They're compounded by asking him to do some things that are a little bit more on an advanced level for any rookie quarterback, given the fact that he's going to be doing it with just a 5-man blocking scheme. So as a result of that, if this team's not going to help him, to be honest with you, I mean, this is something he's probably not going to do, because most football people, anyone who's become a pro football player, basically is a team-oriented guy. And so they're going to follow orders. They're going to know to do that. Though good leaders tend to know when it's time to kind of stand up to the authority and push back a little bit. But I think as a rookie, it's going to be a difficult scenario for him. This is going to be an awful year. I mean, it's going to be an awful year for him until they switch. And if they switch and allow him to play football, I always compared Justin Fields to Josh Allen and not necessarily one-to-one in terms of what their skills are, but in terms of what the development plan needed to be. Needed to be that you've got a guy that, listen, give him an opportunity to play, but if the second read isn't there, or the first read, you don't get to you don't get through your first read and throw the ball, don't worry about whether he gets to the second or third read. Let him run. Give him the protection to be able to do his thing. That's what they did with Josh Allen. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson were two great examples, because Lamar Jackson was great in the pocket, and he'd stand in there and be able to make throws downfield. Now, he doesn't have the arm nowhere like Josh Allen, but they used an offense where they let him leverage his running skills. They designed it. With Flacco in camp, they installed all the different run scheme bells and whistles with the option game, even though they didn't use them at all with Joe Flacco. They installed all that.
You could do that, Matt? I mean,
you can.
I
could
really do
Wow.
that preseason.
Hey, that's what I hear. So, but I mean,
it's like changing your playbook on Madden.
They can do that. You can actually practice something.
You don't
the
put
line
the kid
isn't
with the
dependent
one
on the
for the
quarterback
first game.
that way. Yeah, I mean, I know it's amazing.
Oh my God.
It's like the invention of fire. I know, or the wheel or something. But it's like they did that, and then when they brought Lamar Jackson in, and midway through the season, the offensive line knew all that stuff. They were able to do all that, and then it was just incumbent upon Lamar Jackson and the Ravens running backs executing this and getting smooth at it, which if you watch them at all, just because I do, because they're listen, for week one they lost both their running backs. They had 18 guys on IR, and they barely lose to the Raiders, and they could not run the option to save their lives because they had one running back who had been in camp with them the entire time, who was starting and was running the ball like, please, God, may I hold on to this so I don't lose my job. I mean, I love Tyson Williams. I really liked him, but you could tell he switched from preseason to, dear God, may I make it to week 2. And then he kind of got better and he gained his confidence. But the next week, after bringing Devonta Freeman and Latavius Murray in, they were able to run the read option. They switched their Villanueva, who sucked at right tackle, back to left tackle. And next thing you know, they beat the Chiefs, and they're running all the read option stuff they did before. So it doesn't take that long to do that. And so my point being is that when you look at all of this development and the development plan that the Bears had, and I mean the Bills had in contrast to that, they just put Josh Allen in shotgun and said, if it's not open, don't worry about it, just run. Now, they didn't say that in the media. They didn't say it to anything going on. You just had to watch the tape, and that's the answer, because if that really bothered them, they would have benched him, or they would have made him stand in there and try and complete passes that he had no business being able to do, because he didn't have the development there yet. But by year 3, look at what Josh Allen is doing. And I would contend that he still obviously has flaws, but he's played great, and the team has done great with him, and every quarterback does. So with Justin Fields, the best thing that could happen is a coach get in there and say, listen, man, we're going to get you to making second and third reads. We're going to have you doing different types of manipulation. You're going to be a full field type of quarterback who can be a danger in every aspect of the game. But dude, you got to start with your footwork, or you're going to wind up like Jameis Winston, who's in year 6 and finally figured out how to use his feet a little bit. It took him forever to figure that out, and his whole game suffered because of that, because once, basically his upper body was like 2 steps ahead of his lower body all the time. And that's why he was inaccurate, why he threw interceptions, why he couldn't be good in the red zone. I thought it was
his eye stuff. Everybody thought he got that eye LASIK surgery and threw 5 touchdowns. Everyone's like, he's fixed. Oh, wait, no, there it is. There it is.
Because the footwork is that thing. The footwork is the reflection of what your eyes see and how your mind processes the game. If you want to watch how a quarterback feels, you can see how the footwork is. Peyton Manning, now that you get to see Peyton and Eli, this is a perfect example. Peyton Manning was always very aggressive and in charge, but impatient. He has that impatient demeanor. Not like foolish, but more like, I know the answer. Everyone shut up. I want to blurt the answer out now type of thing.
Right.
And when he was on the field, people said he had happy feet and that he was nervous. No, it was more like, pre-snap, I know where I want to go. I have to wait another second for me to throw this ball, and I got to, I can't wait. He's more like the I can't wait guy. And so when you look at Justin Fields right now, when you're dropping back and you're taking extra steps, that's because you're not sure what's going on, or you're not sure you trust what you see, which is natural for a rookie. So if you're going to compound the issue by limiting his choices, by not allowing him to use his weapon, his best weapon right now is leverage against a defense that is trying to push up field. Yeah, you basically said, here's my stick of dynamite. And I only took 1 stick out. I actually have like a whole bunch of them taped together back in the back on the bench, but I only told him to bring 1 out, and I gave you some fake matches on top of that. And that's what they did with Justin Fields.
Let me push back in this question to you, because here is the Wizard of Oz, Nagy, unveiling that he didn't have a plan. And wow, this week in practice, we're learning what he does. And this kid's been there since April or May. And you're learning now in week 3 going to play the Browns, who have a talented football team. Everybody knows that. Yeah,
he never took a fucking rep.
He's talking about
Allen Robinson. Not
lies,
one, Matt. Not a single one.
This is the only thing I push back on Matt Waldman on, is because is the footwork based on the Chinese fire drill of I'm having to learn all that we're doing. The offensive line doesn't know who to block. I'm watching an RPO. There's a fucking inside shade defensive tackle. They're running RPO left. The guard lets him go, and Jason Peters is trying to block that guy and leave the read man, and nobody gets on that backer coming over the top. It's like, who are you blocking? And then Justin slides down. It's like, even if they were, it's like thrown together at the last minute. So my fear, I think you probably answered this now that I've talked that much, when you said the best thing is to bench him and let these guys get fired. Because what I saw out there, I don't know that any quarterback in this league could have maintained composure and poise and belief.
It's Sam Darnold with the Jets. That's exactly what this is all over again. If there's hope for Justin, it's what Darnold is doing in Carolina, and it's kind of why Joe Brady's probably another name that needs to be out there right now. If he's mentally strong enough, like, yeah, he can make it. But everything that you're saying, Phil, everything that, like, from consistency to play calling to an offensive coordinator that's not taking, Gase looked like he was snorting coke before every presser. Our guy looks like he's drinking smug juice the entire time, right? And so
like a ghost after
the similarities are all there. But to Matt's point, like I think you bench him at least until you get like a Larry Borum healthy and some of these other pieces in there to start to gel. Because if you feel pressure 47 times a game, right, and the guy's getting to you in, what was it, 0.78 seconds, like your footwork's going to be crappy no matter what you do.
I couldn't believe the pressures and destruction of the center. It is
terrible.
Wait till you see the fucking film. It's one time Sam Mustipher just gets knocked ass on his ass like he fucking had a full bag of Halloween candy he's protecting.
Yeah, Phil and I were talking about it today. It was like my 13-year-old niece, and she's looking the other way, and I just fucking bum rushed her without her looking. That's exactly. It looked like a grown man.
I can't believe this.
This
Is your center.
Yeah.
This is the center. I'm like, what is going? And then last thing though, I don't give a shit where you came from, the Arena League, fucking Delaware. I don't care. Why aren't you in 2 tight ends, get under center, and run the ball with the identity that number 32 and build this motherfucker's confidence up under center, zone right, zone left, die. I don't care. Run the ball with instead we're fucking curls flat, curls, flat. It's like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, this guy is so in over his head, Matt. And I feel like the footwork of any fucking Tom Brady's footwork is going to go crazy and be like it, because I've never seen, I think the Giants game that Olin Kreutz pointed out with Jay Cutler got sacked 10 times wasn't even as bad.
In the first half.
Yeah.
Nine in the first half. Yeah. I don't think it was as bad as because I didn't think the Bears line Cleveland Browns beat the fucking Bears offensive line like a fucking drum. I'm talking about full on bloodied them, embarrassed them up and it is a travesty of epic proportions. It was.
Yeah, and to your point about footwork, absolutely. That's why I brought up is like there's all these other things that bring up with that, and your footwork is going to deteriorate under pressure. Now, there were moments where you could say these are areas where it can get better, even because the pressure wasn't there. But the fact is that if your hand's still in the windowsill and they've slammed the windowsill on your hand, the window on your hand a good 10 or 15 times, your hand's going to be trembling when you put it in the windowsill. It's just natural, Exactly. So it's one of those things. But on the same token, just from watching his film from college, these are things that he can. I'm thinking about things that he can do to address his game so that it can be better. Because you brought up Tom Brady, yes, even Tom Brady, who has some of the best footwork that we've seen in the game in the past 12 years, really longer than that, but still. When you look at that, it's great, and it can still be threatened by pressure. But you'd rather have a guy know that aspect, those fundamentals of his game are unbelievably sound, because the best players often have the best fundamentals. Even if it's not like Tom Brady-esque fundamentals, it can be Patrick Mahomes-esque fundamentals, because he's practiced the shit out of what he does that made people think, oh, he's not going to be able to do that in the NFL. And it's like, no, he's made that a fundamental part of his game.
Yes.
So that's my focus with Fields, is more like, to ignore the noise and focus on the things that will continue to get you better, even if you're having a rough time with it here, because no player in that Bears locker room is going, God, you really fucked up, Justin. Like, God, that was just an awful performance. They're going, I can't believe they put you out there like that. More than anything. So, and here's the thing, though, that your point that I think is great. How did they not know what they had? Now, Russ Landy and I have had conversations on our Scout Talk podcast that with quarterbacks, you don't really know what you're getting until you get them in minicamp. You get a good idea of it when you're scouting them, but you don't really know until they come in. You see how they absorb the playbook. You see how they express what they do on the practice field. But he had plenty of time to do that. And the fact being is that talking to a number of quarterback coaches who coach high school, college, and pro guys, who've interacted with the Shanahans, who've interacted with the McVays, who coach at that high-end clinic that those guys do. Will Hewlett is one of them. Will Hewlett, who's been on my show a number of times, will sit there, former Stanford quarterback. We'll talk, and he was the first non-American to play started a major college program. So this is a guy who obviously learned the position, in a way that was probably a little bit newer than other folks. And now he's coaching it at a very high level. And Will talks about that, when he listens to quarterbacks who come through and that he's worked with and dealt with, a lot of coaches do see, especially offensive mind coaches who are brought in, they see players as pixels on a screen for them to play a video game with their scheme, as opposed to like, what can I do to make these guys work with what, to work best, and what can I do to work that scheme around them and really mold it to what they do well. And the fact that he says that he doesn't really know what he had, well, that's the worst thing in the book, because the development comes after practice. Most practice is spent on scheme and learning the playbook and the game plan. Those 3 to 5 minutes when you go and watch practice and you see guys doing drills with cones and doing drop back drills and doing those things, and they do it for 5 minutes. It's like your kid at band practice at their elementary school orchestra, and they go, let's play some scales so that you get warmed up. If you really want to play a good scale, or you want to get a good sound, or you want to play in tune or have good rhythm, you're not doing it in your school's band practice. You're actually spending hours alone doing that type of fundamental work, just the way that Tony Gonzalez talks about that when after his second year, his worst year of his career, he reformulated a plan on how to address the things that he wasn't doing well. And he made coaches work with him before and after practice for a lot longer than 5 minutes every day for most of his career to hone these things. And he talked about in the top 100 players of all time on whether it was NFL.com or ESPN, that this is why he became the player that he became, because he worked away from the field and he made sure this was a habit every day. So to me, that's the thing where Justin Fields, if he's doing that, if he can do that kind of work, that's good, because the development's not coming with the coaching staff in the NFL. They don't have the time, the tenure. They have too much pressure. They've got too much going on with game plan to do that. And they expect guys to basically take private lessons and develop that way. But at the same time,
do you think they're really wasting a lot of time on game plan in Chicago, though, Matt?
Well, obviously that door has been closed too long, and they maybe need to put some like spy software in there to see what he's watching on that computer. That's all I got to say.
I don't understand. I know. For some people, it's very difficult to digest, but I know I would never have my rookie quarterback go out there in a shotgun trying to run RPO when I've never established the run. The thing the RPO is run pass option. You have to establish the run. I look at this guy and he's such a clown. It's just gotten to the point of just sheer and utter annoyance. It's like watching somebody beat their child and sitting there and do nothing. I can't be that guy. I am the opposite. I'm involved. My wife's grabbing my hand as I go over there to put this guy in his place. Matt Nagy should have had a whole different game plan. Just to your point, John Harbaugh, the coach from Dabo over there with the Bills, Greg Roman, these guys understand if you're going to do the philosophy of a talent, you can't put your offense first. You have to put the talent first. And to your point, I think the big moment where Dorothy unveils, and I put that out there, Dorothy unveils the curtain, and this old guy in there pushing all these buttons, making it happen, and it's all a fraud. That's what happened when he stated, wow, we're learning about him now. Like, what was your goddamn plan? You avoided a QB competition. You avoided him to have reps with the number ones. You avoided any kind of turmoil because you wanted something that your offense has never been. And this is where we are. And I just don't. He should have been fired on Monday. This whole presser today, I got one clip. It's 5 minutes. The question is, are you going to give up play calling? And I want you guys to watch it after we talk a little bit more, but you got to watch it. Obviously, I put my little snipes in there, but you got to watch this. And it's complete and utter circus has come to town in Chicago, and it's become completely intolerable when you have such a dynamic presence, Matt, at the quarterback position in Justin Fields. It just, that's where we are.
Well, it's absolute insanity that when anyone who watches football will say, why aren't they doing read option? And the thing is to break that down in more detail, you talk about David Montgomery and 2 tight end sets, whether you want to use 2 tight end sets, whether you want to use you want to use that and the read together. That would be fantastic. One of the reasons is David Montgomery matches up well as a runner against the style of defense that he just faced. And he does that against most, but those guys get upfield fast. And they, as a result of that, because they're super aggressive, and David Montgomery is very good at being able to change direction, and he's a second and third and fourth and fifth effort runner with a low center of gravity and great balance. When these guys are charging upfield, they're not going to get great angles on him. So he's the type of runner that's going to wind up behind the lane that the defender vacated by charging upfield trying to get him, and he's going to gash them for big gains. And the fact that you couldn't even get him established in this game, it is just a huge issue. And that's why, I mean, when you look at this all around, though, yes, he should have been fired, because the fundamental issue is that if you don't know the strengths of your quarterback by August, and he's your first round pick, and you traded up for, and you already had to get rid of a quarterback who was a first round pick, then that's a sign of gross negligence. One
point. Then I want to give it to Shayne or Cars if they have a question. We muted Cars because the typing thing. Bring them back. If this is what Matt Nagy's plan was, Matt Waldman, this question is to you. Wouldn't you have drafted Mac Jones for this philosophy of offense that he put out there against the Cleveland Browns? That's my question to you.
I would have drafted more linemen, and then I would have waited and taken Davis Mills at that point. You know,
hey, we drafted
said, let's see what we
two that are just pre-injured. So
exactly, we did
the most we've ever done. I feel like in my lifetime.
That is bad luck.
It was bad luck, but it's still it's just.
But doesn't Mac fit this? What he was trying to do: leverage, curl, throw it there, leverage, throw it there. Then he's forced to run. It's like, I don't get it, Matt.
The thing is I've read Matt Nagy's background recently after watching that game, because I just wondered about him. And when I realized that he was basically the assistant ball washer to Andy Reid's golf club, it just made me realize, I was like, wow, this is just
a charter franchise.
It's just rough, and it is. I mean, this is the Bears fans deserve a lot better. They deserve a lot better as in terms of their coaching staff. And it's a shame that you basically, this guy's got like the engine of a high-end sports car, and you're asking him to do like Tough Mudders. Exactly. It's or the mud bog thing down in the South.
He's great for our show, Matt, because he gives us so much material, but he's not great for my health or Shayne's or Cars or any Bears fan that lives and dies with this team. And that is unfortunate. Shayne or Cars, do you have a question before I play this?
This is just a little bit off. I mean, it deals directly with Nagy, but Matt, you're around this, and you know people that know people that know people. If Matt Waldman was calling the shots in Chicago and had full authority to make changes, who is knowing that Justin Fields is your guy,
great question.
present and future. Matt Waldman is the lead dog. Who's a guy that you'd be like, that's my fucking guy that I want in here to coach this kid?
That's a great question.
It is.
You know, I mean, I would certainly look at what the Ravens are doing and see if they had some competent people that they felt really good about that maybe weren't unbelievably well known to the media, but were really key people in being able to make that offense flow and adjust the way that it does. I would certainly look at Buffalo's staff, at someone who's able to function from that environment and to be able to do that kind of work. And for me, it would be more those guys to be key for whatever coach. The main thing for me is I would want to in hindsight, if I were the guy, I would see by June that there's some problems in terms of what's going on with the usage of him in practice. And I'd have to sit Matt down and I go, listen, man, if I have to lock you out of your office, that's fine. But like, we need to have a conversation about what you're going to be doing in practice, because I look every day and I don't see anything being installed in this game plan that makes any fucking sense with the investment we just made. I'm paying him more than I'm paying you. And so I need to expect you to support him, not for him to support you. And so I need you to figure that out, or I'll find someone who will, and I'll do that quickly. And I think that's the type of thing that hasn't been told to him. And we need, the Bears need someone who is going to understand have the right people around him, because the head coach, really, the best head coaches are more administrators, delegators, people who will tweak things with the game plan, who have been there enough,
paying attention to the game.
They know the details enough, but
they know everybody on the team.
Yeah.
They watch their plays. They know their plays off the top of their head. Like, why are we running red, right, rover 72, whatever the fuck your analog is in your
They shouldn't be stuck, building their retirement house and getting all bogged down in the details of that.
Exactly.
They should instead be actually active in touching all the bases. And they hire someone who they know is going to get the best out of the talent that they have. So I don't really have a name for you of someone who would be great, because I'm not, but that's the dynamic that I would be looking for. And that's the most important thing. And so I would look to teams that have been flexible with their talent. And I'd think, okay, well, we're not going to hire this.
That includes both sides of the ball, correct? You're not.
Without a doubt. Because I don't mind having a defensive coach who's great on defense and goes, I don't fucking know anything about all. If I had him come to the interview and go, listen, I haven't coached offense since high school, and I wasn't a very good offensive coach, but you can see my track record speaks for itself on defense, and I know the people who I want on offense to coach here. I certainly know a guy in Kansas City who's been passed over a number of times, and Eric Bieniemy, who might not be a bad coach to consider for offense, but as long as they're on the same page with you of what you want, which is, I want to hear the coach say, I have no ego attachment when it comes to what my offense does. I just want them to be fucking good. Exactly. And I want my coaches not to have the ego attachment either. I want them to be able to adjust to that. Now, if we start hearing from Nagy or anybody else, the whole finger pointing about what Justin Fields is equipped or not equipped to do. And it could get there down the line if this guy's like really clueless and just trying to save his job. You're going to hear some finger pointing, just like in Cleveland, that you've got some finger pointing and things like that when they ruined Deshaun Kaiser, when they didn't have a backup quarterback in the room there, just like they don't have one in New York with old how's Zach doing, by the way? So sad to say, but
I'm an idiot.
And yes, totally agree. In football, totally agree.
You're right. It's like what Sean McDermott did at Buffalo, right? He went and looked at a guy whose offense would give his defense struggles, right? And that's what you want, these things to be competitive, right? You want these things. what keeps you up at night, that's the guy you want to hire on the other side of the ball.
Exactly.
And that's all that matters on that.
100%. Let's watch this. Obviously, a little humor in this. We know Matt Waldman's here. This is Matt Nagy. You'll hear the audio. He's being asked. So right off the rip, this is the first question, and he takes about 4 minutes, and he never answers it. I don't want to spoil it, but let's listen.
Meanwhile, on the tape, never lies.
With that, I'll open up.
You talked about making changes. Did you decide who's going to be the play caller on Sunday?
So what we've done is we've, I think probably the best part of the last 48 to 72 hours is we've had some amazing, healthy conversations between coaches and coaches, between coaches and players.
It kind of happened out of nowhere. He just said, Nick is up, and that was that. So.
Players and players, players and coaches. That's what I appreciate the most. And so without getting into specifics of what we're going to do and how we're going to do it with not just that stuff, but other topics, I'm going to keep that internal. And I think that's the best part right now for us is the fact that, and that's what I've found going through this, is there's a few things that you learn through people, is you learn having raw, honest conversations.
Hey! Good job!
Is healthy, it's good. It enables you to realize, why things happened. And I think, too, it's also really good from a coaching perspective to have the talks and communication, open communication with the players.
Nope.
And so you take what they give you and you use it. And that's really what I'm going to do. It's what we're going to do.
Don't get it twisted.
It's what they're going to do. And week 3 right now, being 1-2 and having a loss that stings like that, sometimes it just recalibrates you and it makes you refocus on certain things and in a good way.
Nope.
And I think the players understand from my perspective where I come from and how real I am.
Is this bitch for real?
How hard I am on not just them, but myself.
Et cetera, et cetera.
And that I'm about solutions, man. I am not about negativity. I am not about anything but trying to do what's best for the Bears at anything. You know what I mean? I'm an idiot. And so I'd be sitting here lying to y'all if I said it's been easy. Darn right it has not been easy. It's been hard. What are the whys? But when I signed up for this job, I knew there was going to be times that I go through this kind of stuff. What are the whys, right? What are the whys? And now I'm getting tested to see where I'm at with this. And I know in the core of who I am, and I know in the core of who our players are, and I know what we're about. And when you see the people that come to bat for you behind the scenes, that's to me what gets you through this kind of stuff.
No! No!
You know? And so again, like that's what gets you going. And that kind of helps you go as you have those other conversations and you accept it and you move on. And that's what I'm about. The criticism's fair. I go back to again to the game. And again, the more you're in it, the more you see it. You got to move on, but you also got to accept it. That's what I'm going to do moving forward.
Bingo! When you decided to make Bill the play caller last year, you were straightforward about that with us. You said he's a play caller. I know you still had your hand in it, but there was that delineation. Why do it that way last year and not that way this year, if there is a change?
Again, just all of that without. I hope y'all can understand.
Oh no! No!
Like from our perspective, from the Chicago Bears perspective, but not just play calling, but whether the starter, non-starter, this guy's hurt, that guy's hurt through the rules, like all of that. There's communication that you have on the back end, but then there's also the ability for us to understand why we don't get into some of the answers that you're asking me right now.
No.
That said, whatever is best for this team is what we're going to do.
Because they know all they sold you was a guaranteed piece of shit.
And every year is probably a little bit different with how you do it. And I think, Jason, right, you brought it up a few weeks ago about some of the play calling stuff. And there's probably a lot of stuff that goes on in the NFL with play calling that a lot of us don't know.
No.
You know what I mean? And we think we do, myself included, with other coaches that we don't know. And that's okay, you know? So, but all that aside, it's about clear communication on why. What are the whys, right? What are the whys? And that's what we're going to do. And now we get an opportunity to do it against a division opponent, which we've been focusing on the last 2 days, at home. And these are big now. We got to get these. And so when we do that, whatever it is, let's go do it.
Performance over politics.
That
you know, it's something that yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. I didn't change anything he said, Matt Waldman. I just put the funny parts in reaction to what he was saying there. And I fire him right I talk about it, Matt. I go on a rant. I don't want to do that. And I don't know how much time we have with you. So I needed you here to kind of give us something from that, but holy cow.
Listen, I mean, I've managed people in the past.
He sounds like he's going to jump off the fucking bridge with us.
I've managed people in the past, and I've managed situations where I've been asked to go into different locations and kind of like work with people or work with teams that are struggling, and usually there was a shit show moment like that, you know, that happened that preceded it, that I was asked to go in, and these weren't people that I worked with usually, but it was asked to do that. That was part of one of my, in a career long time ago. And one common thing that I would see with people who weren't really ready to work or weren't prepared to work or didn't understand their job was what we just saw in that answer, which was let me talk, you know, first there was the realization that people were not happy with him, the realization, and it wasn't like the media, because he just ignores the media. He doesn't care about that. And I understand that, but it's the fact that it sounds like his players and coaches told him that he's running a shit show and that he needs to figure it out, and they had enough, and that he's going to ruin this kid. As I told Sherry in the private chat here, that it sounds like my interpretation of this was that Jason Peters threatened to reach up Nagy's hind parts and pull his head through his body and out the other side as a form of intervention. Okay, because he made Peters, a proud veteran, look like, you know, even awful, awful than he was. So the thing is when you start going into that whole narrative and you're not answering the question and you're wanting to give background and tell people you don't really understand what's going on. I remember asking questions like, well, why is this result happening? And then I'd be like, well, why is this little part of the process a problem? Can you just answer simply what this answer is a problem? And when they start going into 20 minutes about things that have nothing to do with the problem, and they want to tell you the backstory, and they want to tell you all this other stuff, that's because they don't know the answer, and they want to lead you on a goose chase till they figure it out themselves. And so, yeah, most likely what happened here is that his team basically said, you know, his team basically fired warning shots across his mouth, and now it's dawned on him that he has some issues that he needs to approach. The problem is you shouldn't be in this position right now if that's the case.
Not in year 4.
Yeah, not in year 4.
No.
And that's how dysfunctional it is, because they probably wanted to say it since the Trubisky era.
Right. When he turns around with that devilish look, like, not everybody knows about plays and play call. I don't know about. I'm
an idiot.
Yeah,
exactly.
I might not know the way that you comb your hair in the morning.
Exactly.
Okay? I might not know how Shayne puts on his hat. I don't know how Cars cleans his glasses, but I have a basic idea.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not fucking brain surgery. And
we're not going to
how this goes.
We're not going to get into the way it's about the process.
There's even you could actually, you know, you can install read option and not have to run it with your quarterback.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
that too. I thought I'd tell you that too, along with the eyeglasses. We learned two things in
You can-
Chicago this week.
You can run 12 personnel instead of just sitting there at like 85+% of your snaps and 11 allowing your quarterback to get beat. You know, you can. It's really crazy, and these game plans I hear, Matt, you can actually change them in the game. So
exactly.
That's a weird thing because we just saw Kansas City lose the Super Bowl because they kind of kept doing the same thing of like, we'll just eventually hit that deep shot. It'll eventually go, and then this game is back. And we just watch a guy kind of do the same thing and be like, I don't understand why when I turn right, I don't go left. I don't understand. I don't understand.
This will probably not make you feel much better about this, but it's still
I can't feel worse.
a reality.
You're fine.
It's a reality of the NFL. And you think about the Super Bowl with the Rams and the Patriots and Sean McVay, who got figured out with his screen game and with the different things the small amount of things he did with great diversity of packaging, but not really the core things he did. He got figured out by the Detroit Lions in week 14. I remember writing about this. And then he got figured out the next week after that against the Bears, I believe. It was either the Bears
against us.
Yeah, and then they go into the playoffs and they're able to get through that. But he basically went into the finale of a chess tournament playing checkers against a chess master and just used the same type of thing. He had the hubris to think that he could do the same stuff against Bill Belichick, who basically wins on getting discount players who can do a ton of different things for you at a level of competency that's high enough that the scheme can trump the player a little bit in key areas. And they just wiped the floor with the Rams. I mean, they basically took him like the Hulk and Loki and just like rammed him around the building, you know, and McVay now has a talent in Stafford where they can do a little bit more. And certainly the high-end athletic ability might be able to be kind of Steeler-like, where the Steelers in their best days could go, we're fairly basic in what we do, but we're going to out-athlete you. We're tough, we're strong, and we're just going to kick your ass and tell you what's coming and do it anyway. But if you don't have that kind of talent around you, you better have someone who's going to be, out of their own head and not looking at their scheme in the mirror and admiring it and taking selfies of it and, you need to posting things every 2 minutes on Instagram, because that's what Nagy's been doing the equivalent of. Is he's like that vain teenager who's like taking selfies of themselves every 2 seconds, maybe privately in their office, but that, it shows up on the field.
That's true.
It's a disappointment. Yeah. How long can we have you? Do you have to bounce now? We don't want to keep you because I
can stay a little while longer.
Okay. Because Shayne was texting me. So I got to do this read because let me tell you something. Bet US is the new sponsor here on the Tape Never Lies Network, Shy City Sports. Bet US on Keepin It 100. If you're a gambler, bet with the 3-decade leader. Bet US. Join now for 125% bonus or a 200% bonus with the crypto code. Use promo code ShyCity125. That's CHICITY 125 or ShyCity200 and bet sports, casinos, horses, even pop culture or more. Bet US.com. You bet, you win, you get paid. It's Bet US. There you go. I made sure I got that in there. We're here with, if you're listening on the podcast, with Matt Waldman from the Rookie Scouting Portfolio. He's breaking down film. He's writing. This guy, I've said it before in past shows, the articulation of vocabulary with not pen, but we'll say keyboard is a art form. And I always go back to Anne Rice or Stephen King. For me as a kid, I always remember this Stephen King line, a done bun can't be undone. And I always held on to that for my life because it's so simple, but yet it's so right there in truth. Matt Waldman brings truth. Check out his rookie scouting portfolio. Follow at Matt Waldman at MATTWALD man. MATTW. I'll try. It's a big hip hop night. We unveiled our song Curls, Curls, Curls. It's on our channel. You can check that out. We'll play it to end the show tonight if you missed it. There's a bunch of stuff going down here on TTNL. Tomorrow, we'll be joined on the patron side. Me, my father, Barrelissimo, and Austin Carter Samuels are going to break down some Justin Fields tape live on our patron channel tomorrow afternoon, 12 p.m. East. It'll be on the network, and then we'll release it in a special premiere on the free side on Friday at 5 p.m. So those of you that want to know what Patron's about and have been afraid to jump in and see the extra analysis, you'll get that done. There we go. Back to the discussion here.
I have a question for you, Matt. How, maybe it doesn't play into it too much in your world or the way that you look at this from the outside, but Cars, you and I had a conversation with Ryan Cox a little bit earlier talking about the gamesmanship in these press conferences with Matt Nagy. I mean, keeping it so close to the vest that, I'm not going to tell anybody who's calling the plays. We're going to keep that internal. When you get to that point where you have to keep it so cryptic, doesn't it really, it's like the scene in Naked Gun. Please disperse. There's nothing to see here. And the fucking building behind you is blowing up and people are running all over. Doesn't it really speak to that? I mean, when you're to that point that, we're gonna really fool everybody because it's gonna be laser. Olin Kreutz said today, hey, if Matt Nagy didn't come right out and say, no, it's still me, then he's not calling the fucking plays this weekend. Yeah. If it was him, he would let everybody know that. And I tend to believe that. But when you're to the point of,
I agree with you, Shayne, by
doing
the
gamesmanship fucking thing where it doesn't need to be played there. Doesn't it say a lot about the fucking chaos that's going on behind you that you're just essentially trying to put makeup on a fucking pig?
Yeah, it's like if you're in the neighborhood as a kid and you guys are playing ball and you're late to some responsibility you had, and now your mom's looking for you, and your mom comes walking up, and she ain't looking her best either because she had to come outside earlier to find your ass, and then snatched you up by the back of your shirt and dragged you away, yelling at you the entire time. And then you come back the next day and your friends are like, what happened? Did she whoop your ass? I'm just saying verbally, not like the whole, and he's like, no, we just had a conversation about what's going on. Your friends are going to be laughing at you going, yeah, she completely gave you the business. You were like, what are you saying all this bullshit for? They're just laughing at you, trying to smooth over that situation. That's what happened to him. Is he got snatched up by the collar by somebody and taken to the woodshed proverbially. And that's the issue. And that's the issue. He doesn't want to admit, because this is football culture. Part of football culture, at least in the negative aspects, is I'm tough, I'm in charge, I'm always in charge. I need to project that I'm a good leader. And the harder you project that you're a good leader in some way, probably the more likely that or the less likely that you really are.
Gotta follow through on accountability. You gotta have a plan and all of these things. Matt Waldman bringing truth to the table there, because that's it. Everybody knows that's ever played a sport. When the guy up in front of the building, when times are the toughest, have nothing to offer to help. You just know it, and you feel lost. Just like the scoreboard, you feel lost. That's what I felt like watching him struggle. Like, for me, you got to put your pride aside, Matt Nagy, and you just stand up there. You know what? This ain't right. I sucked. And you know what? I got to be fucking better. Bill Lazor's calling plays. What advantage is Detroit? Nothing. Detroit doesn't know what Bill's deciding on that. We're going to go back to Bill's Bengals days and get a little fucking... No, nothing's going to be gotten. But the shoe salesman, that it's just a bigger form of embarrassment for his players, for all of us. And I'm not glad that you're feeling it, Matt, but I'm glad that you're here analyzing it, because it really is that bad for the fans. It really is.
I mean, I was never a huge Justin Fields fan.
Right.
I'm obviously not a Bears fan. No, I'm a football fan. And if you're a football fan, you have a ton of respect for the first franchise in the NFL, you know? So, I mean, if you have any sense of history, so you'd like to see the Bears doing well. But for me, I study talent and I want to see players succeed. Even players that I don't particularly think are very good, and I'm not talking about Fields, but like someone like Zach Wilson, who I just never really thought was great. I want to see him do well. I don't want to see him in a shit show, you know? So when I look at Justin Fields and I see what happened, you can understand why former players, even though it plays for ratings well, they're outraged on national media. But part of it is that they know what it takes and what players do to prepare. They know the types of obstacles that they've had to overcome. They know the type of media scrutiny that they have to deal with every week. You know, just talking with Ben Watson, former tight end, who, you know, I did a feature on. Yeah, I did a feature on him a long time ago when I worked at, not a long time ago, about 5 or 6 years ago during his final year with the Ravens. And I got a chance to interview him for a while. And he talked about that. He said, I had to learn very quickly not to look at any media, like whether it was cutting out newspaper articles or not having a sports page around at all, so that I could just read and keep up to date with things that were outside of football, so that I didn't have to think about that. I didn't want to be distracted by it, even if it's stupid, you know, or even if it's something I disagreed with. On top of that, the other thing that he talked about was when I said, what was your first game like? What was it like playing as a pro? What's the difference in feeling of that moment? This relates to Justin Fields, because he said, my first start, you know, I played at UJ. I worked literally a 2-minute walk from the stadium. Okay. So, you know, it's a huge stadium. It seats as much as most pro stadiums do. I played at Duke. I played in the SEC and ACC most of my career. He goes, my first game with the Patriots, the intensity was so much different just in the locker room, because I realized, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm playing with grown-ass men who are paying for mortgages and supporting their families to do this game. And they approach it with that level of intensity, focus, and gravity. And he said, it's different than the raw feeling that you get in college, even if a lot of these guys are getting paid on some level before and now, you know, whatever it was. The intensity is different, and the responsibility is different. And so Justin Fields, imagine this is his first start. He's excited. He's nervous. He's looking around that locker room. I'm leading men who've got responsibilities that don't want me to fuck this up, because they could get cut. They could lose their jobs. They could be in situations where they need this. Maybe they are paying for their mom's mortgage. Maybe they're doing these different types of things, or, you know, they've got plans that they're trying to make, and they're relying on this game. And, you know, what he's never going to say it, not unless he becomes, a Hall of Famer who's had a broadcast career of 20 years, and someone asks him the question, and then he can say, yeah, I'm sitting in the huddle, or I'm like after the play, after I'm getting up, after, Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney made a sandwich out of me for like the 5th serving, I'm getting up on that, and I'm thinking about that guy who I know I can tell he doesn't want me to fuck this up. I'm thinking about these guys who might lose their job, or who might be in this gig, and how they're relying on me, and then that made it worse, because now I'm not thinking about the things that I know how to do now, because I'm nervous, It's performance is that way. When you perform, you've got to also practice performance, and that's part of getting better as a quarterback. So he does need that, but right now the performance aspect is the preparation's so bad that it's not going to be about practicing hitting that red record button. You record songs. Do you do everything in one take? No. I'm sure that you have, 5, 6, 10 fuck ups that you're like, and sometimes you have to get over hitting the red button, because the practice is like, when I practice this and it sounds great. Now I hit the red button to record, and it's a completely different environment because now you have the expectations of others. Exactly. And so Fields is in that place. And if he's in that place and the team hasn't prepared him or has asking him to do what he's weakest at, and I'm saying most quarterbacks who are rookies would be weakest at in this scenario, bench him. Keep him on the bench.
But that's how you get to like the Sam Darnold, that when everybody killed him a few years ago for saying, I was seeing ghosts out there. Kind of to your point, when you carry all that, you've got no faith on a coaching staff. Anything, right? And in a football starved city like that, it's a little bit more magnified, but that's exactly to your point. It gets in your head real quickly, no matter how unplugged you are.
Yeah, that's totally that way. I mean, like I played the saxophone. I played a little bit professionally when I was younger. Didn't play for 30 years. Started taking lessons again with a professional last year. And I'm playing, it's fine. He'll give me a lesson on something. I'll work it up. I spend 2 to 3 hours a day or late at night after work practicing. I'm able to do that where I live. And then I'm like, I'm confident I have this down. And then I hit the red button and I'm fucking up all over the place. And I just start laughing because I realize I'm out of practice performing. And now that I'm thinking that someone's going to see this, it's different than me sitting alone in my room doing the work. And so football is a performance sport. Quarterbacking is the ultimate performance improvisational role in sport. And so all these different things that it comes down to all these different things that they do, technique, concepts, football theory, the act of performing and leading, all those things have to be infused in your game. And they take time and experience and work on a lot of different facets. And it's not going to come together right away. This is an 18 to 24 game experience for young quarterbacks to develop. And if you don't have a good foundation out there right now, I'm not even worried about Matt Nagy at this point. Like, to be honest, like, we're focusing on the wrong guy. Who's the GM of the Bears? It's
Ryan Pace.
Ryan Pace. Right. Yeah. I mean, Ryan Pace and the people above Ryan Pace, I'm not giving him a break, Judy, but that's great. I like that. So, but he deserves a permanent break, because if you can't see that your operation is a shit show from this standpoint, that you've grossly neglected the talent of your top investment, then you are twice. Yeah. Twice. And both those guys have done that. So it's incumbent upon the people above Ryan Pace, the McCaskies, to
Ted Phillips.
Yeah.
He's the president and CEO of the Bears. He is a accountant who says he has no
I love accountants.
operation or inclusion in football operation. He just decides who is doing the football operations. I saw a great post today. I shared it with Ryan Cox and Shayne Marsaw. It was from Khalid Abdullah. I'm going to read it to you because I don't think we have it up there. I'm looking. Everybody's texting me about the Curls song. If you haven't heard that, go over there and check that out. Curls. Original song, not a parody song. It's original. TTNL, Cool Kennedy, and myself, Real Quick Productions. We've announced that. So I can't wait to get Real Quick Productions to get you on with your sax on one of our tracks. It rhymes, Matt Waldman. But here's what the Bears are: not a football team. They are a trust headed by a 97-year-old woman who inherited this trust. The purpose of this trust is to earn income to be distributed annually to the beneficiaries of the trust and appreciate its value, not win football games. This is why you have Ted Phillips, an accountant, as president and CEO, and his two sons at the time, Michael McCaskey, who has passed, and George McCaskey, were given huge management positions. There are no football people running this trust, and there hasn't been since George Halas died in 1983. Sadly, I don't see anything changing until this business structure changes. This is the greatest.
Just to play off of that, everybody
articulation of it.
sees what was in the news today concerning the Bears. I mean, their
This is-
ways of crafting.
This is
Nagy's
this
presser
thing.
today, with Carr's called it, with the Arlington Heights park purchase agreement and stuff
Right.
like that. Ted Phillips is going fucking nowhere until this
Ted
shit
Phillips
is done.
got dragged today or yesterday by Lori Lightfoot when she's like, "It's sorry that you signed a shitty deal," basically. And that's the deal that's gotten him a job for life. But he got dragged as a constant reminder. The whole reason they're looking to do that is he negotiated such a shitty deal the first time.
But Cars, to that point, that the McCaskies are, while this Arlington Heights stuff is going on, and obviously they're in the process of that, damn it, they're not changing leadership up above Ryan Pace before this is all worked out. No way.
They have to do it if they want to make an impact. They have to do it before anything happens to Virginia. And her sitting at, I think she's at 97 or might be actually 98 now.
Yep.
Like, you can't count those days. The second she's gone, unless they move stuff
trust
around, nobody has 20% of the shares. So no one could be a majority owner. And yes, it is a
Except the
trust.
other guy, right?
Some of the other guys can,
Yeah,
or
Ryan, right?
Ryan, and there's one other.
He
and
has the most. Whoever has the most pieces when this.
They need to have
domino
over
falls.
20%. You
Right.
have to have over. So
imagine being.
That's
in
all
this
the pieces to this puzzle, though, because Cars, we talked about this earlier with Pat Ryan, right? Isn't that his name?
Yeah.
Pat
and his
Ryan.
strong
There you
ties
go.
to Northwestern.
Northwestern.
And then that brings Pat Fitzgerald as the next head coach of the Chicago Bears.
Well, at least
debuting
Fitzgerald has maniacal.
No, but what I'm saying is that this is how the Bears operate.
Right.
They probably already know the direction, that all of this is headed.
But to your point, guys, the buying this land at $200 million, more than likely 50 to 100% increase in the value of the franchise immediately, because the land is there. Yeah, you still have to build, but like any town's going to give you money to do that, right? So they've already, just by one single pen stroke, it costs them $200 million, but now the value's up $500 million. So every one of those trustees gains more money.
Yeah.
So when I hear this, and I saw that tweet the other day, it's fantastic. It's a reminder of the NFL in that sense. I mean, the NFL makes more money off its marketing than it does off of fan attendance. It's all about marketing sales of what they do and their TV deal. Now, wouldn't it be something if they were able to restructure this so where basically the teams that win actually got more of that share, as opposed to it being dispersed. Like it's always fascinating when you see, I don't remember the writer who said this, but he talked about how much of a socialistic game the NFL is, but it wraps itself up in the democratic principles or capitalist principles. But it's very socialist. And I laugh because when I see what you said, one of my friends was texting me the other day, and he's not a golf fan, and I don't blame him, neither am I. But, he said that, a little bit of this whole stuff going on with the way the NFL's run, especially the Bears, it kind of kills me like the Ryder Cup kills him. He says it's a bunch of spoiled Americans fighting for USA honor against a bunch of spoiled Europeans, and I think about these different teams, and it's like it's a bunch of super wealthy people who don't really care about winning, just getting their cut, going against another bunch of super wealthy people who are only worried about getting their cut. And there's only a few teams out there, or maybe it's not only a few, but there's a smaller percentage than you would think who actually care more about winning than care about just what the next deal is to bring in money.
Exactly.
And it's just, and it's so ironic that that's this way, because it's very much a blue collar kind of game. Football is very much a blue collar kind of salt of the earth, wherever you're from, whether you're blue collar, red state, country kid,
everybody's together
in the city. Everyone kind of comes together. It's always a team-oriented environment, except when you've got that cush office with the leather chairs, basically in the rarefied air and the glass bubble that these people operate in.
Ted Phillips, the accountant, his office at Hallis Hall is 50 times nicer than fucking George McCaskey's.
McCaskey,
it's insane.
Hey, George, you got to go back to the collaboration fucking presser, which is just, I don't know what's worse, Nagy today and this season, or that moment. But
that moment created all of it.
It all goes together. And Matt Waldman, I beg you to write about the dysfunction of the Chicago Bears, because the ability to break that down and articulate it to the Ryder Cup and the socialistic Democrat, all this we have a t-shirt that's sold in our freaking swag shop. And I asked fans, wear this shit. Buy this shirt. Performance over politics. That's what this network stands for. The Chicago Bears, Joan Chen, everybody in the chat, Mo Bierman, Logan, Jamari. The Bears are standing for the politics side. From the trying to do the bait and switch today. Let's I know our coach is under fire and duress. We're gonna scold you, but let's announce that we've bought this racetrack. That'll be the headline.
Whether it's big business mentality or big government mentality, it's the same type of mentality. And I once heard Arthur Blank speak, the owner of the Atlanta Falcons, who used to be the co-owner of Home Depot and started Home Depot. Back in the days when Home Depot was like a local regional organization, they had cash registers. They had people who were cashiers making $40,000 a year back in the 80s. Okay, $40,000 a year in the 1980s and early 90s. They were literally having Arthur Blank and Bernie Marcus walking them down the aisle of their weddings because of the appreciation that they had for how that they treated, frontline employees at these stores. And then they got bought out, and Nardelli, did what most corporate people do, like your president of the Bears. But the point being is, when he took over the Falcons, and the Falcons are a shit show right now. They don't have a great offensive line. Their defense is awful. They've changed out a lot of different people, but they try. They are trying, and I've noticed that about them, and I've covered them probably more in depth than any team over the past 15 years, at least what I see on the field. And so they're going through a downswing. But when Arthur Blank first came aboard, he told this story to a bunch of business students at the University of Georgia, because I used to have to cover some of this stuff. And he said that his first spring camp was at Furman, or the first summer camp was at Furman University. That's where they used to practice. And the former team, the former owners, who were a family, the Smith family, would always go there and have the guys play there. And him being a former manager and a businessman, and being one that wanted to look at process, they gave the president of the university gave him a tour and was giving a tour of Furman. And he goes, "Okay, this is where the players stay," and doesn't really show them where they stay. He just showed them the building, and he said, "You're going to stay in the guest house here." And it's like this beautiful old antebellum kind of deal, probably, And he points out, "This is where you're going to be staying." He goes, "Well, Blank says, I'd really actually want to stay with the players. I kind of want to get an understanding of what it is that they do, where they're staying, what their conditions are like. Nah, trust me, you're not going to want to stay there. You're going to want to stay here. This is much nicer. It's going to have all the amenities that you need, this, that, and the other." And he's like, "Nah." He goes, "I appreciate it, but I didn't come down here to stay here. I came," and this is an older man, this is, and he's like, "I'm going to stay with the players." And he said, "What I saw was I had 300-pound offensive and defensive linemen who had to get 2 mattresses to lay out on the floor because the bed didn't fit them in the dorm rooms that they were staying in. There was no AC didn't work all that well, and the towels might as well have been napkins relative to their size. So these are guys who are practicing, away from their families and working hard away from their families. And this is the conditions that I'm supplying them. And and the guy keeps pushing me up to the guest house. And so the point being, they moved the facility back to Atlanta, not far from where I live, and have a not much nicer facility that's, amenable from that. And yeah, I know some old school people would go, well, you want to toughen them up and do that kind of stuff. But there's a difference between like working hard and just, putting people in shitty situations.
Exactly.
Football is not about like, well, you're going to go over, you might get captured by the Taliban and then they're going to torture you. That's not what football is. Football has a certain level of toughness, but you don't have to go there. And
exactly.
So the fact that he gets that is what you need your Bears leadership to be like. They need to be thinking about, let's be at least reasonable. Yes, we're going to make a ton of money. Yes, I'm going to get a bunch of, vendors involved locally and get a new stadium and have it sponsored by Mercedes and it look like either the eyeball of a bird or the anus of a cat, whichever way you want to talk about it. But nonetheless, they are trying with that team, and the players know that they're trying to build a winner. And I think that this is the difference between the two. And while Atlanta is kind of like up and down, they've had a lot of up moments. They've been in the Super Bowl in the past 10 years, and they've been to a couple of Super Bowls, so that's saying more than a lot of teams.
He's Matt Waldman. He has a rookie scouting portfolio. He does breakdowns, analysis. I'm putting him to work again to do what would we call this piece, Cars? Like an expose on the Chicago Bears franchise, like no one else has.
You ain't getting that, but I appreciate you asking. But I've given up the journalism type of stuff that I do. I just study film.
You are an amazing writer, though. Seriously,
I appreciate
it. Not trying to make you blush. I don't blow smoke. Just reading your work, it throws me back to Anne Rice. That was the first moment I said, wow, I can actually see what's going on as I'm reading, because it was so articulated and described so well within it. I would dream of being able to write like that. I try to talk like that, but Shayne always makes fun of me.
It don't work.
But Matt Waldman, I want to thank you for coming on the show with us. You are a friend first.
Absolutely.
First. Barlissimo got you to to come on the show, and then from there on out, you are a brother and a person that I look forward to your thoughts and your feelings. So obviously, anytime you're coming back, that's just Matt is a G. Exactly. He is a G, and we love you here. And when you're ready with the sax, me and the Real Quick Productions want to bring you in the studio and get you blowing that horn. Is that allowed?
Maybe.
Or you could do some
I
bass.
am learning another instrument.
Oh, that's my favorite there.
So we might,
fresh bass.
We might be able to do a little bit of that for you. So
there you go.
You can blow a little bit over what you do. So,
okay.
but yeah. By the way, I do really do appreciate you guys having me on. This is such a fun show to do, and I hope that the Bears turn this around, and we'll hope against hope a little bit with the structure that we talked about above, but still, you guys have great listeners, and you guys do a great job. And I was honored the other day because a certain Marsaw followed me on Twitter before on Sunday.
Yeah.
So I had to kind of mind my business a little bit better after that, but that was okay. So
that one rules with an iron fist in that house. So that's a good call.
He asked me, he's like, I got to follow Phil in cars. Where's Waldman? And so I'm like, here we go. So I got him set up. He was real excited, but
he can't follow me. So
that's right. I told him
his dad swears enough, Waldman.
Right.
So you've got a free pass there. So whatever you want to put out there,
that's cool. But
Riley Strong.
Yeah, we're definitely absolutely. So
well, thank you so much for jumping on tonight, Matt. Truly appreciate you. Much love, and thank you for always keeping it 100. Always. He's the best.
He is.
See y'all later.
Thanks, Matt.
See ya.
Matt Waldman, folks. Please follow him. RSP Rookie Scouting Portfolio. Put it in the YouTube search. You could follow some of his video breakdowns. If you love to read like cars, you can read his analysis. Just get over there. Amazing guy. If you don't enjoy him, he has an open invitation here. I honestly,
he's when they said he's a G, it's 100%, man.
Cool Kennedy dropping that.
Yeah, he's been great. I mean, he's one of those guys just away from football with everything that I've been going through in my life with Riley, and everybody knows that story. But Matt's the type of guy, on a Tuesday at 11:30 at night when there's nothing going on, is the guy texting you saying, hey, what's up, how's he doing, stuff like that. So he's real. It's not just fucking talk and bullshit on the show. He is a G, just like Cool Kennedy said, man. He's one of those guys that you want in the foxhole with you, and he's gonna have your back 100%. So
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
Like you said, Phil, he's a guy that's always got an open invite here.
My God.
For, whenever he wants it.
He's the only one that does this.
There's hope, guys.
Yeah, he gives me a little hope.
Yep.
If you missed that interview, you got to go back and check it out.
We just got to get him. He's another guy that butchers Cherie's name. I looked down when he said Sherry. I looked down immediately and I saw her laughing. It's like that mother.
All that aside, it's about clear communication on why.
Why did he do it? Right, Matt? Right,
why?
Matt?
I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear.
We have Stephen A. drop.
I was hired to help you make this great team even better.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear.
I was hired to help you make this great team even better.
I was gonna do it a third time, but probably not.
Oh my God. Claudio, are we doing bear up, bear down cars first?
Dude.
Nope. Are we doing cut it out first?
We can do the bear up, bear down. I was thinking about it when I was driving back from Syracuse tonight. I'm like, oh God damn. It's just
there's not a single bear up other than like Montgomery.
Well, there's one.
I got a couple bear ups.
No, but you know what I'm saying. It's just
let's do it real quick, as we say on this network. Real quick. Real quick. Real quick. Real quick. Real quick. I searched that whole time for the
Philatosion, Shayne Marsaw, the Tape Never Lies Network.
A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up.
There you go. We'll cut that short for you, Shayne. Bear up. This week, I'm going to go bear down first, rather. If you're a new listener or you're listening on the pod, bear down. Instead of being the pride and joy of Illinois, not noise.
Look at your phone, Phil.
Illinois. I have stuff. Shayne, you have to. Yes. So Bear down is the bad player in this past week's game. Bear up is the good player in this week's game. Because we went a little over, Claudio, you are out of the game. I know you had many points that Darnell Mooney could have made. And your segment's coming up next. Cut It Out, brought to you by Claudio's Modern Barbershop. He's actually paying some bills for us here.
The Delta. First class, baby.
All right. So this week, Bear down, guys. I'm going to lead us off. I know Shayne has a great one for his. So my bear down is Sam Mustipher. You could give it to the entire offensive line, but listen, we talk truthfully through the tape, and I show you week in and week out. Yes, they all had their moments. They really did. And I believe wholeheartedly, I thought Matt Waldman said it like Jason Peters wants to go up Matt Nagy's butt and tear out his torso because of what they did to him. I agree with that, but I can't overlook the complete overwhelmed state that you have at center, and it is very bad. This tape tomorrow, when I bring it, Leno's had horrible games too. This is on that level for me as an offensive line guy.
Phil, we talked about it today, though. It reminds me, do you remember the situation with Hronis Grasu? Where he was an athletic guy. It was just where you could just see it. Where he just gets overpowered and it's fucking
He's out of his league.
Done.
This kid would be great and maybe in NFL Europe and get stronger. You're putting this out. That's on the coach.
Send him back to Notre Dame.
There. Send him to the dentist or wherever he was talking about.
Oh, my God.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah. Do you floss?
I know we have that clip somewhere. The dentist.
Great questioning. Do you floss every day? That's
oh my God. The follow-up. What land are we in? I thought we had the dentist one. But anyway, my bear down real quick. Sam Mustipher. Cars.
Along that line,
you could have an A, B, C, D, E, F, and G tonight, Cars, if you want. The bear down.
Oh, good, because then I'll just go the entire fucking offense. No, really, for me, it's Jermaine Fetty is the other one because that tape. It looked to me like Peters had a good sense of what he was doing, and the other four were off kind of like Billy Ray and Varsity Blues. Like, is this the one where I run downfield and look lost? Because that seemed to be what they were doing every play. But, for that to be a guy that they put so many eggs in him and said, what was it? Castillo said that he could be a Pro Bowl tackle. And I mean, that was obnoxious. That was obnoxious.
Yeah.
So Jermaine Fetty is my bear down.
There you go. Shayne Marsaw.
Somebody in the chat say Hronis Grasu played great last year for San Francisco. It's weird because he's out of the NFL, but I guess that doesn't match up. But I guess we're just making shit up now. But yeah, I don't know. Do you want to do the bear down in the different way, or?
I mean, if I'm shout outs, if you want.
It's not really a good shout out,
but
yeah. No, I mean, I would go with my guy number 4 again, just to keep it simple.
Oh my God,
it's getting worse. It really is. And the part that got me was you saw him with, I think Odell ran the fucking little reverse, and it was like a gain of fucking 9, and Eddie got right up in his fucking face on the sideline, bouncing up and down, running his fucking mouth. And I'm like, if I'm the fucking head coach, I have zero tolerance for that from a fucking guy that's done nothing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When you do something to deserve to fucking talk, then we'll think about it. But until then, shut the fuck up. Actually, I mean, Nagy, for all of his bullshit, he should send the fucking message there. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Lose? Exactly. Holy shit.
Is the other guy going to miss a tackle? Oh, no.
Yeah. So it's just, oh, man, I'm a big Eddie Jackson fan. I mean, Alabama and all of that. It's just Eddie doesn't give a fuck. It's literally that fucking simple. You know, he's more concerned about what he looks like on the fucking field, the number, you know, bringing the number 4 back and all of that bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
All of that minutia matters to Eddie, not fucking tackling like a fucking NFL safety. Just little things like that. And it's
what Waldman said, though, right? Like, you can't be in the press clippings. And Eddie is in Twitter. He's retweeting all the negative things.
Totally. He's running his mouth coming off the fucking field to the fans. Oh, all of y'all thought I was done, huh? Yeah. Did you
are. At what point do we say Pace signed the wrong safety in Adrian Amos? Versus, I mean, you know me.
At the fucking time,
I always said though, but I always said you can't. Amos was my guy
at the fucking time that was going to sign. If you at the fucking time, that literally
I said keep Amos
over Eddie.
Yes,
I
said you got to keep them together. But I'd rather
no. But
Eddie.
You were saying
Eddie's
what?
Still
did he
underneath.
Sign the wrong one?
Well,
but
he should have kept Amos.
No, I get it. You can play that game at linebacker.
He's the guy that you're talking about that wouldn't get in someone's face. He
destroyed
people.
He got the bag and quit. The where they failed was on the projection of what would happen when he gets paid. That's when they took that away, he lost his desire to be great. And I would love to see this point, like at some point this season, someone to do a cutoff of him. You got, everybody can tackle, bro, and then show Cincinnati, show Cleveland, right? And that's just back-to-back games this year.
Rams.
Where are the turnovers?
Curls song, if you haven't seen that. Cool Kennedy. Put him in a lyric. Think he says he could tackle. Eddie when's he gonna tackle? Goes right by Cooper Kupp. I mean, it's over and over. This is a terrible signing. It's a terrible showcase. I know he could do it.
The contract is a fucking
exactly. The
contract can't do it for 2 more years. We can't touch
Cohen's contract is a nightmare. Matt Waldman, get rid of fucking Pace. This shit show, shit goes downhill. Cars. They always say that. It all starts at the top. We've said it for many years. We were right about that as well. We'll pat ourselves on the back. The reality is Ted Phillips has his hand in what's convenient for Ted. Who is he going to control? Does he in hiring an Ernie fucking Accorsi to help you do this when you're the fucking charter franchise and you have the quote, our football culture is the envy of the NFL. That shit is just comedy. It's just dumb and dumber.
Virginia's the only one that cares about winning. Virginia is, and everybody else, it's all about the money.
George gets the whisper from Virginia, and then he goes down. My mom is so angry. Like, this is our fucking franchise. Come on. Get somebody in. I don't give a shit. Get someone in there that's going to hire a president of football. This will solve at least 70% of the issues. Just getting someone in there that's in charge of football. Stay over there, Ted. Go fucking count your nickel and dime money and the up price of the season ticket. Get the stadium. Put somebody in there that's responsible for putting the right fucking people making football decisions. I've said Olin Kreutz is that guy. Gary Fensick before him. I talked about Gary Fensick. But those type of personalities that are known, Bill Parcells has built fucking franchises. Okay? He was a gym teacher. That was his study and became a great coach and leader of men. It doesn't matter where you start. It's where you finish. So somebody telling me, Olin can't do it. He's never done it. I believe that Olin knows a fucking shoe salesman from a coach. That's winning right there. The most important thing in football is the head coach. before the quarterback, as you can see. Because a great head coach is going to prepare and put things into situation. I've said this all the time. At the old network, he was taking shots at my dad. Oh, that's an old school mentality. It's about talent in the NFL. Everybody's fucking talented. It's about the right head coach. And all of you talk about it all offseason. And then the blog switches and flip-flop. The Bears blog, Jeff Hugh, and Andrew Danahy. When did he know anything about this guy? I see these tweets. I'm like, this is going on Twitter. Thank you, God, that I'm not there because it's disgusting. You don't know football. It's fucking terrible. You're on mute, Shayne. I don't know. It's fucking ridiculous, some of these guys.
I just pulled some tape, Phil, from our previous stop when you talking about Matt Nagy in the end of 2018.
Really?
He should have been fired 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, this year, Sunday, yesterday, today. He should be gone.
Yes, that's pretty much been.
That's compliments to super producer Cherie.
Thank you, Cherie. Cherie has been with me from the get-go.
Claude's there smelling his index finger.
I'm doing it.
Cherie's putting up.
Claudia's
Don't give
you
her
got us on a little tirade. Let's get back. Eddie, go ahead. Say
Eddie
it.
Jackson, you are my bear down.
There you go. Bear up, Shayne. One positive guy.
Well, that one's kind of hard, but you and I talked a little bit about it today. We should probably all take the same guy, and it's the guy that still has pride on this team. I know he reached out to you privately, Phil, not to air your text messages, but just saying that, he was upset about it, and it matters to him, and that counts for a lot. Right. You have a running back in David Montgomery. Matt Waldman said it. He's like, oh, there you go. Hey, and it was downhill from there, but he's got to be the focus, and he should be the fucking security blanket while Justin Fields is in there. I mean, they should be really attached at the hip. He's the most important piece that's going to help Justin thrive. I mean, obviously the offensive line is a big part of it, but man, Phil, there is not a lot of fucking positives. I mean, we talked about it, and I'm sure one of you guys will bring up the one guy on the offensive line, but David Montgomery, I mean, you got to put him in there, man. It's just the Bears are lucky to have that kid. I'll tell you that.
It matters to him. That's all I can say to you, to fans.
Yeah, and it does. It matters to him, and the Bears don't have enough. And I'm so sick of hearing about the Bears culture, because is it a good culture because guys aren't getting arrested and doing shit off the field? No, there's more to the fucking culture than that.
Exactly.
The culture of winning, you've done a really fucking shitty job building that. Because
that's the one thing that matters.
Every fucking person in that franchise, and I'm just as guilty. 2018, the hype train felt fucking good, man. You know what I mean? Hey, blame everything on fucking Parkey. We would have, but then you know that players fucking know. I still go back to Chris Long telling Kyle, "Oh man, you guys weren't gonna win that year.
You're too soft.
Yeah, you're too soft up front," and that shit speaks volumes. Just like Nick Foles on the fucking sidelines. Matt's offense just isn't working. You know what I mean? All of that shit. And I don't know how true it is, but there's been some shit out there that, Justin Fields kind of pulled away from Matt Nagy at one point on the sideline. Really? Yeah, when he was up there talking.
I didn't see that. Well, you could tell. I mean, this is that whole situation.
Yeah. So anyway,
I'll give us your bear up.
I'll keep it short there. Yeah, David Montgomery, you're my bear up.
Yes, Jeremy, I did see one missed pass block by David Montgomery in a game full of 5,000 missed blocks by everybody. So yeah, I don't know if that's going to deter the effort and the physicality and what I'm going to show you on tape tomorrow. Cars, your bear up.
It's going to sound a little weird, but especially with the way the game ended. But the only one that I'm really excited about and for a bear up is the way that Sean Desai kind of called early on and the way he attacked. Look, I know it broke down at the end, but if you looked at what they were doing when time was a little bit close, right? You saw an aggressive team. I like the way that he was flashing using Mac and Quinn on the same side. I liked some of the looks that they gave early. Who was it? Duke Shelley with the big tack, right? Like they're putting guys in positions.
Yeah.
I know it fell down, but the biggest thing for us was always going to be, is he going to maintain that aggressiveness week to week? And I think we saw that. So Sean Desai is my bear up.
Listen, this is a defense that was in the game. They were keeping you in the game.
Oh
they
my
were
God,
playing their asses
They were
off.
lucky to be where they were. Yeah,
It's
100%.
a 7-point game at the half. Everybody forgets that.
And I have no idea how.
Exactly. And those defense was put in terrible situations. Although the super punter, came to play for once. He
No,
wasn't
Cherie.
inconsistent.
No.
But yeah, I like the pick. I like the creative way, but you put me in a jam because I'll just cheat code this and say that, listen, when I watch the tape and on Saturday, if you're a patron, we're going to go over the good side of what we saw that Cars is talking about on X's with the O's. Me and my dad every Saturday morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, class is now in session. X's with the O.
X's with the O's and Barlissimo, my guy, the executive producer there, be breaking down this defense. And I got to give it to the entire defensive line. And let me say this. All of you fucking blog boy fucks with a fucking agenda, with your hair ready to prance across your keyboards and your tough ass, dumbass commentary. Learn the game, watch the tape, and watch how I break down tape so you understand it. Become a patron so you understand what you're looking at. Because Khalil Mack, Robert Quinn, Akeem Hicks, Mario Edwards, Bilal Nichols, and even the young buck who got fucked on that roughing the passer.
Oh, Tunga. Yeah.
Tunga. All of them came there with their hair on fire. This is a fucking team sport. So Eddie Jackson with a chance. Deion Bush, you're not getting out of there. You got to make those fucking tackles when your offense sucks. That defensive line. Robert Quinn gave the big fuck you. Fuck you. Ross Tucker. Fuck you. Every one of you fucks that bring up how much money he has. This guy plays like this all the time. The only thing I would advise if I was the head coach, Robert, get some fucking gloves on so those fucking hands stick to that motherfucker and dump his ass down again because you could have had 4 sacks. This shit is the real deal. That defensive line came to play, they're the reason you're in the game. Eddie Jackson and the safety and Jalen Johnson played a hell of a fucking football game. But I got to give my bear up to the entire defensive line. And you'll see that on Saturday, 10 a.m. East. We break down tape for the truth. There you go. Bear up the entire defensive line. It sucks on every fucking level that Sean Desai, Cars is bear up, and that defensive line didn't get a game out of this because that performance, if you watch it, is fucking pretty dynamic. Pretty dynamic. But I digress there. Shayne, do you have the read tonight?
I sure do.
There you go. Before we go to our next segment, Mr. fucking what is it? First Class Fernicola. That's his new nickname. Yeah. First Class Fernicola. His Cut It Out segment.
Right up here, Mr. Fernicola. Right up here.
Remember the episode?
Come behind the curtain.
What's the deal with First Class?
Jackal, you can sit in the back with the stale peanut.
Jackal, your seat's back there. Hi, Cherie. They got ice cream sundaes up here. But we have a read here. Remember that? Yeah, the hot towel. The hot fucking
All
towel.
that aside, it's about clear communication on why.
Yeah. Why, Claudia? Why are you?
I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear.
All right, Shayne, give us this.
Do you
Manscaped.
Feel that, Phil? Do you feel that?
Our guy.
Autumn is in the air, Phil. The pumpkins are in the patch, and our friends at Manscaped are here to make sure that you don't carve your pants, pumpkins, when you're grooming. If you know what I'm saying, make sure you keep things fresh. This fall, the leaders in male grooming in their brand new 4th generation performance package. Boys, get ready for a cuffing season like no other. Ready to take the leap into fall with Manscaped? Join the 2 million men worldwide using Manscaped by going to manscaped.com for what? 20% off plus free shipping with the coupon code. You can see it right there, KI100
100
for 20% off. It's time to bundle up with Manscaped. First off, the new Performance Package 4.0 includes the new Lawnmower 4.0. If you're looking to cozy up this fall, this trimmer is essential. Seal the deal with Manscaped's liquid formulations, the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant. Ariel's mom knows all about that. She's a big fan. Everyone knows pumpkin spice lattes and ball deodorant go hand in hand. Then after trimming the pumpkin patch and whacking the leaves, give your balls a boost and use the Crop Reviver. Manscaped even threw in 2 free gifts, Phil, to their Performance Package 4.0, the Manscaped Boxers and the Shed Travel Bag. If you're traveling first class to Chicago in October, get comfy on the home and go this season. Get 20% off free shipping with the code KI100 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code KI100 at manscaped.com. Make your balls a priority this fall. Choose Manscaped. Your balls will thank you.
Thank you. Especially when you're traveling in first class. That's what I say. Get that Manscaped code as well as BetUS. Use BetUS.
I can't sit with the commoners, Phil.
BetUS, Braggs. I know you like to bet. If you're a gambler, life is back on. Sports bettors, come on. BetUS has you NBA, NHL, UFC, PGA, and yes, the NFL. Betting lines up for their 27th year and live betting on all of it. Log in to betus.com, or you can even call a number if you're old school. Some of you guys dial numbers. 1-800-792-3887. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. Look at that. Remember we used to call those things the beepers and make things say things like hello. We were so cool. BetUS for 125% bonuses. Just put in the code ShyCity125, or for 200, it's ShyCity200. It's pretty simple. Customer service pros are ready to pick up the phone. Social media, you can follow them. Online sports betting. Kickoff has started. Play with the proven mainstay in the industry. BetUS. You bet, you win, you get paid. It's betus.com. Now, we're back in the game here with Mr. First Class himself. He's coming out of retirement here. Where is he? Here he is. Hey, cut it out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you must have been at the top of your fucking class.
It's Claudio the Barber.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Just cut it out.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Man, cut that shit out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
It's Cut It Out with Claudio the Barber. Hey, you gotta let me talk, Phil. Hey, you gotta let me speak. Claudio is gonna be bringing a new sense to Keeping It 100. It's Cut It Out with Claudio on the Tape Never Lies Network.
I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear.
I knew Shayne was going to drop that shit. Listen.
There he is.
First class thing. Hold on. Wait. I spent a small fortune on my wife and girls in Italy, so this is my fucking trip. So fuck that shit. $200 more. I'm doing first class. Fuck that shit.
There he is.
Here we go.
Cut it out, Claudio. Cut it out.
All right, I'll put them up here real quick. So Shayne, you talked about this. Let's just show this picture right here. This is right here. This is the hit on the bottom that Eddie Jackson hit on Odell Beckham. And then he's flexing, right? The dude got the fucking first down. So what do you fucking do? He's going out of bounds anyways. And then this is Eddie Jackson's fucking whiff on Kareem Hunt. So cut that fucking shit out, motherfucker. Okay? You like number 4? Number 4 should be your fucking tackle rating on Madden, you all right? So cut that shit out. Right.
Who knew that all we had to do was take the fucking video away from him?
His segment has gotten so much better. So much better, too.
I'm like, I'm not going to fucking lie, bro. That was like literally the best cut it out Claude has ever done last week. It feels like Steph and I were just fucking talking about that, bro.
It is a lot easier with the pictures, I gotta say. All right, so this is a little different. So don't ding me on this one. I'm gonna call it the dumbest post of the week, not the dumbest tweet. Remember when y'all bashed me for saying our wide receiver core and the line was trash? Man, Nagy sucks, but the players on the offense. So he's trying to say the fucking wide receivers are trash, and that was the reason why we didn't have So I mean that's. Again, just cut it out with that shit. All right, so here we go. Let's see. Let's put this one up. This is the first telepathic cut it out. I can read Justin Fields' minds. He's right there saying, Nagy, cut the fucking shit out. Let me run outside the pocket. Let me throw the ball deep. All right? I mean, fucking Nagy, cut the shit. Nagy's like the fucking dude in a Ferrari going 10 miles per hour under the speed limit. Like, bro, fucking pedal to the metal, bro. Okay, you got a Ferrari. Use it.
He's literally that's in the middle of the game.
You got some blowback here, but everybody knows it was in a jesting manner. But you just gave up a fucking first down, so you look like a moron.
Yeah, what are you
That's
flexing?
the fucking point.
I don't give a fuck if it wasn't serious or not.
Well, nobody was saying that he was challenging him to a fucking fight. You know what I mean? I'm just
not adept.
It's just
there's no need to flex.
Like, bad fucking look.
And it was such a great big pop too, right? Like the way he jumped in the air to hit him in the shoulder, it really worked very well. So that was
Odell didn't even go to the ground, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
all right.
Physicality himself, Odell Beckham. You know,
exactly.
All right, last one,
Claudio.
Charles Leno's ghost came to Cleveland. Here we go. You got the usher on top by Ifedi, ushering the dude in, and you got the classic walrus. I mean, that looks like Photoshop. That's not Photoshop. That is literally a picture of Peters on the ground. When,
I'm gonna break that play down and tell you why and it's really bad on Nagy on that play. Now I'm making excuses.
That's not on Peters.
You'll see on the
see.
tape, but it does look horrible.
Yeah,
horrible. But this is another showcase of the coach not communicating and not listen. They don't even block plays right. So how I totally get it, Claudio. Great job.
Thank you.
Very good job.
Classic walrus roll. We'll deal with that today. Peters got to improve. The whole offensive line has to improve.
Yeah, I'm glad Jackal's flying, Coach. Claude deserves first class after these last 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Fuck
Thank
Jackal.
you. Appreciate that.
Big plays are nice.
Yes, they are. They are nice, Coach. Speaking of
Are you
Jackal,
guys actually on the same flight?
No.
Oh, that would have been fucking.
That would have been.
No,
fucking-
no,
we would
no,
film
we're on
the
the same
whole
flight. I
thing.
would've
You
fucking walked.
Send him a pack of fucking peanuts back. This is from
my leftover
from Mr.
fucking
Furticola.
my leftover parfait that I had for fucking for appetizer.
Can you send this to?
Send him a fucking cranberry juice or something.
Jackal
My
don't do
lukewarm
shit.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
Those of you big fans of Chris Jackal, I see a few of them in the chat. Listen, Chris had a family emergency. This is like the third Wednesday. This poor guy. Wednesday nights are not Jackal's night, man.
No.
All the best. Say
Well, if you've
for
ever
him.
watched him on One Up Fantasy, Tuesdays are much better for him.
And, you know, you can pull things out of places I didn't know existed, you know, with
Oh my god.
We love Jackal.
Nope.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Damn.
I'm an idiot.
Yes, you are, Coach. Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
Listen, we've done Bear Up, we've done Bear Down, we've done Cut It Out, and we had the debut, the premiere of Curls, 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 an original TTNL song here with Cool Kennedy producing. A lot of fun. Check that out. Listen, every week, though, Bears Hour Live will be live. Over 15,000 views last week's show. Bears Hour Live. Got to check that out this Sunday, every Sunday, immediately after the game. Bears Hour Live will be rocking and rolling for you.
It's been bonkers, man.
Dude,
BHL.
It's BHL.
I think it was one point like Cherie was in the back. She's like, I can't. The fucking comments are just fucking fly. It's
It was like that last year when I was
Yeah.
doing it. Last year it was like that. I can imagine what it's like this year.
imagine when or if we ever start winning, what it'll be like. These motherfuckers are showing up at the lowest point.
Right. When we start winning. Yeah.
If-
when is that going to be, Shayne? That's what people want to know. When
I don't
are
know,
we going
but you know what we need to, Phil, right now, our YouTube channel, if you guys are listening to this, the regular Tape Never Lies YouTube channel is currently at 10,993 subscribers. So if you are not subscribed,
let's go.
Go there, hit the subscribe button, set your alerts. You don't want to miss any of the content when we go live. Sometimes we just fucking pop up out of the blue, especially if you're a patron. But we want those subs up because in September 1st, 2020, for us to be almost at 11,000 subscribers, that's pretty fucking impressive. And that's a testament to everybody right here that you know, is on this screen, and then the producers behind the scenes. And that's pretty fucking awesome, man.
It really is.
So-
and I want to double down on that.
Yeah.
Smash the like button. Go over there, subscribe.
Yeah, maybe we'll go over there and subscribe, and then show us in the chat that you subscribed, or take a screenshot of your new subscription and send it to me on Twitter, and maybe we'll get you a Performance Over Politics t-shirt.
There you go.
Send it out to you.
Get them that. Get them the
Claude will
performance.
buy you a first class ticket to the Packers game.
Definitely. Definitely.
Claudio, can you do that, please? For them? No. He goes, no.
No.
Oh, we just picked up
It's the
three.
first- listen, it's the first
Four
one.
more
Up
to go.
Three. We're up to three. We're doing it
First
live.
place.
We're gonna do it live.
Fuck it. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
Oh boy.
Oh my God. Speaking of live, well, I'll do the BHL promo after this
Is it 12
right
minutes?
here.
Is it 12 minutes long?
No, I think it's like 3 minutes long. But
3 minutes,
yeah.
47 seconds.
Oh, you know exactly how long it is. Our guy, Ron G. We're getting him. Nope.
Let's throw curls, curls, curls.
Where's the bold prediction there?
If I'm going to root for a team, I want to give it all I
Next
got.
play. Pass, 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 pass.
There was no rhyme or reason.
Drove down the field. Mr. Montgomery breaks a huge run. If he scores on the run, you don't got to worry. But you do got to worry because he gets tackled at the freaking 15.
There was no rhyme or
Next play, shotgun.
The tape never lies.
Bold prediction. What's your prediction? What's your prediction? The old line is playing shitty. What's the skinny? No identity. If Nagy can't find it, Bears will keep it with the enemy. Red zone opportunity. Once again, they gotta settle for 3. The reality of coaching when the defense has to carry the team. Prediction. What you think would happen versus what does. A light year from the Super Bowl and now we're losing buzz. Nagy has no answers, just predictions that don't change. The segment is the truth. Give it by the guys and feeling shame. Prediction. What's your prediction? That bold prediction.
The tape never lies. It never does.
What's your prediction?
10,997.
No, that's not a good number. That's not a good number. It is not.
Uh-oh.
It's been updated. It's been updated.
There we go.
Yeah.
Let's go, Shane. They said
Live
it
on
never
air.
would happen. It never would happen, right?
Yeah. I don't know what the
11
fuck
fucking
7% of 11,000 is. A lot of fucking people, Phil.
Yeah, it's actually more than some other networks actually now too. That's kind of funny.
Well,
It's weird how that works out, isn't
Weird
it?
how it flip
Yeah, I
flops
just don't understand.
like that.
Oh, we were
That's
just at
the only kind of
11,002
flip-flop
and we went back to
recording.
11,001. Maybe somebody didn't like me screaming, but you know.
Hey, we're there.
Nice. Congrats.
Thank you so much. You know, we're going to have some fun with things. So thank you, Adeptus. Thank you, Factor One, and everybody that has graced us. with your
Spam
love.
social media, everybody. If you have Twitter, if you have Facebook, if you have Instagram, spam. Congrats to TTNL 11K subscribers.
Yes.
Put that out there. We'll
Sammy the
retweet
Bull.
it.
Sammy, next week and on BHL, Sammy, you are coming on to update everyone. I hate when these things give you like, let's update the software now or later, and they don't give you a choice, this Mac. So if I shut down, it's because of that. But Sammy the Bull, Ivan Vargas, Ron G, Cool Kennedy, Claudio, Jackal, Cherie, who am I? Caden Whitlow, hopefully. Everybody from TTNL Cars, hopefully. We haven't gotten a firm commit. We'll be there at Bears Packers in a place that we have yet to identify, but we're going to know by next week. So by BHL, we'll definitely have a...
Claude said there better be leather chairs there.
Alex Acevedo will be there.
Funk might be there. I thought the Funk too.
Funk. I know
Barber.
Big Steve Edwards, former Bear. Chris Zorich, I'm trying to get over there. Hopefully Lemuel Stinson, former Bear. All of us. Mikey Tenorelli from The Bachelor. All of us going to be there live. And we'll have all the details of the tailgate. We're going to do live stuff at the tailgate, but really have a good time. And then after the game, do the live BHL. So it's going to be a meet and greet.
Hit me up too, Phil. I'll just announce it right now. Under the circumstances, everything that we're going through, you know, in my family with my son and dealing with cancer and chemo and all that. It's just I can't make that leap.
Kills him inside. Trust me.
Oh, Phil and I talked about it for quite a while today. Yeah, it's just, as a dad, nobody wants to see their kid sick at any point, and just what we're going through, I can't make that leap just as a just as a human being, and even being a dad. Yeah, so we'll be back there, and we'll do it up the right way. But I'm gonna be controlling things here from my end for BHL in the studio, and like I said, I'll be there in spirit. I wish I could be there with all you guys, but I know you guys all understand with what we're dealing with here, and that's why I won't be able to make the trip, unfortunately.
It's gonna be tough without you. That's the truth. So, but as they say in Hollywood, cars, and you call me Hollywood behind closed doors, so I'll take the show must go on. The show has to go on.
So we got a screenshot Car's face there.
I'm trying to think if I've ever called you anything other than jerk or asshole at certain points, and nothing's coming to mind. So
we will everybody be praying for Riley and Spencer. Obviously, that's coming up after our bowl predictions. But seriously, I'm just getting people prepared. I've had a lot of DMs, a lot of people asking me questions. I said I'll address it tonight, so I'm not writing the same thing, copy paste. We're going to be there. You're going to be there. We're going to make sure where we're going to be. We got flags, TTNL flags, Keepin It 100, TTNL. We're going to have grills, food. We're also going to ask people to bring their own food. Bring your own stuff you want cooked on the grill, because obviously I'm from Connecticut. I didn't even think of the food part, but the merch will be out there. So bring your own food, bring extra. Yes, Greg Braggs will be there too. We got those big boxing gloves for Greg and Cars. If Cars,
I got my money on Cars. I got a lot of money on Cars actually.
The reach advantage, the reach. Greg has already said, I'll knock that motherfucker out.
Oh, God.
I'm just telling you. I'm straight up. But in all seriousness, TTNL's family, it's going to be a lot of fun getting you prepared. Obviously, we don't know. This weekend, we're all going to know who this team is. This is the weekend that, okay, we saw you against the Rams. Letdown. Bengals performed. Still kinks. Complete and utter devastation against the Browns. Now it's the common opponent, Cars. Now it's I know all this stuff. We're prepared for 2 days against these guys. So the Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears is going to be the definition of this team, in my opinion. I always call them crossroad games. We're going to bring everybody in here. Caden, the producer, who produced the open, and our girl with the curls we like, Sheree.
Yeah, the good curls.
He said the good curl. It ain't the other curls. So we're going to bring everybody in. Let's throw curls. So the song was built on that, Cars. We didn't I saw some guy, like, you should have did Motley Crue's curls. Everybody said that. Everybody said Beastie Boys. Curls. We get it. We could do parody, but we like original. Like that. But we'll play that to end the show. Here we go. Bold predictions. Bring my guy Shayne in. Is he ready? No, he's not ready yet. He is ready. There he is. So let's go around the horn. We'll start with you, Caden Whitlow from Iowa. Goes to Drake. Big Drake fan.
Yeah, I mean, their football sucks, but
well, you're on fire, college team and fucking professional team. Good job, kid.
Shayne, I got him when you were talking. The read, he's throwing the football.
Yeah, Sheree told me. You got me. I wasn't
classic moment here.
Got a little kid. I usually get like one text per show. He's like, I gotta like go to the bathroom. Is that all right? fucking go, bro.
You don't have to ask permission, Caden. Anyway.
Yeah. I ordered Grubhub. You guys care if I run down to the lobby real quick and grab my food I just ordered? Fuck no.
Go ahead.
Get back here. You're not leaving.
Enjoy your food. Caden Whitlow, give us your bold prediction.
Well, obviously, we don't really know the quarterback situation yet, but I mean, if Fields plays, I'm expecting like a big game, like 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, maybe.
Wow.
Holy shit.
I think he bounces back. Like, he's that type of competitor.
I'm an idiot.
He doesn't have 2 bad games in a row.
Matt saying that, not you. So here we go. Your score, we do it like this. Score.
Yeah.
Then the bold prediction. I got, you're rookie here. We're going to let it slide. So what is the score?
I'm going to say 30-10.
30-10 Bears.
Yeah.
30-10 Bears. Logan Frost is first one in the building here. 28-16. I'm going to put a lot of these fans up because Jackal obviously had the situation pop up. So I'm going to watch you fans if you want to play along. Jackal also has the notes from last week, so I can't go back on anybody. I did pick the Bears to fucking win. What was I thinking? Should have went with my gut, not my heart.
We all did.
Kenneth Johnson, 21-0. Lions. 27-9. My boy Zach Sullivan. Guy made that clock behind me there. Look at that. I love that guy. Sully, I hope you're doing good. 27-19. What do you say, Cherie?
I'm so conflicted because I don't even know what to feel anymore. When it comes to the Lions, we know the Lions are the Lions, but they've been really competitive.
Yes, they have.
I'm kind of nervous that they could actually beat us. I mean, there's a small part of me that's like, if we lose to the Lions pretty badly, would they fire Nagy?
That is the big question.
The Bears
Save
blog
that.
said yes. That's means no.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay.
I was going to ask that question to end the show. We were gonna
well,
go
with my
around the
prediction.
horn. So, yes, give us your prediction.
I'm going to say Bears 21-13.
21-13 Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Victorious.
Not
Your
confident
handsome
on it.
young boyfriend. What's your bold prediction?
Oh, my bold prediction is the Bears net over 50 yards. No.
That's a reach. I mean, we haven't seen boldness like that since Angelo and the Angelina Jolie cutout. I think is really the last time we saw something so bold.
He's got more than a cutout of Angelina Jolie. I'm not sure if you remember, Cars. But...
Oh my God.
Nope, don't remember.
No, we're very economical, my family.
My true bold prediction is, since our defense is the only thing we can rely on, all of our starting linebackers have gotten a sack except for Alec Ogletree, so I think he'll get one this game.
There we go.
Nice.
Look at you doing your homework. Unlike Jackal and his fantasy, I guess he wasn't prepared again with a sleeper, or is that wrong, Claudio? He was good.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
I know a lot of fans were wondering where you were, Claudio.
I know. I can't commit.
A lot of fans want. Where's
Time is
Claudio?
money, man.
They
Time is
enjoyed
money.
you.
Yeah, he needs that first class ticket money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I need all the time I can to work to make money.
Jackal don't do shit. First class Fernicola is gotta be.
I like the ring of that.
What do you got, Claudio, the barber?
Listen, I was so optimistic last week. I thought we were gonna come out and just ball out, and now obviously not as optimistic. But I do agree with Cherie. I think we're gonna play better on offense. Definitely. They don't have the defensive line like the Browns have. So I think Fields will have some more time. So I'm going to go 20-13 Bears. And my bold prediction would have been my bear up. Jalen Johnson will have a pick six.
There you go. He would have been your bear up. I like how you snuck that in there.
Yeah, well, you don't let me
wants
bear up,
back
bear
in
down
the
all of a
game.
sudden no
Look
more,
at him.
so.
We'll bring you back. It was
No,
just because Waldman went.
Jalen Johnson, dude, he balled out. That kid's been playing consistently good at corner. He could be a lockdown corner, man. We could have one.
You gotta keep an eye on Jalen. I agree with you. Back-to-back weeks, just playing really good football.
Good.
Cars.
So I've got Detroit winning 23-9. I just, there's not a lot of talent, but they are playing hungry. They want that first win. I feel like this is it. My bold prediction is that on Monday morning, Matt Nagy is relieved of his duties of head coach after a 23-9 loss.
Yes.
Let's go.
I don't want to see us lose, but
somebody timestamp that.
Please,
if that fucking
timestamp
happened.
that.
Cars has been on fire this week. You've been calling him.
He traded up. He got Justin Fields in our mock draft.
Yeah.
He also was the first one to say the Bears have traded up. That would have been Jackal's cue, but since he does nothing and he's not here, we can't have him do that drop.
Important quarterbacks still on the board. It's time for one to be traded up for.
Here we
Chicago's
go.
trading up.
There it is. History made. One of the greatest shows.
Quarterback. Oh.
Did you guys know he could throw the ball?
Yeah.
We just learned this last week. It's so crazy.
Imagine just fucking throwing him out there, empties. Let's go. Let's not use David. Let's just go against Goliath and throw Justin to the fire. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm going with Cars. I got 24-9 Lions. I see the Lions scoring 3 tutties and a field goal, while the Chicago Bears, led by Cairo Santos, kick 3 field goals. And I also, Carr stole my prediction, so I'm going to go somewhere else because that's my God's honest truth. I was going to say I'm putting that into the universe, but I will go. I think, this is a tough. Now I don't have my bold prediction because Carr stole it. My bold prediction is.
Newest invention here is called the Cobb Quickie.
Tunga will get his first sack. How about that?
I like that one.
Kyrus Tunga, who played some good reps. He had some good reps in there. Will get his first NFL sack. There you go. Shayne Marsaw. He finish us off here. That's what she said.
Yeah, I was all over that one. In true Chicago Bears fashion, what they would normally do under normal circumstances would have a bounce back game against a team like the Detroit Lions, where fans would get excited again and be like, "Oh man, we gotta get one more next week." Yeah. This is it's the Jay Cutler thing. He went, he had 3 touchdowns and no picks. He's turning the corner, and then he's got 2 picks in the first quarter of the next week. That's not going to happen this week, unfortunately. I have 19-13 Detroit beating Chicago. Listen, it's getting progressively worse, and you can see it on Matt Nagy's face. You could see it immediately after the game. He looked like,
oh my God, it was awful.
A fucking bus ran over his dog in front of him. I mean, that's what he looked like after that press conference. It was the fucking wrinkles on his face were gone. Everything was just fucking drawn out and peeled back. And I don't know who he had to come into Jesus meeting with, talking about with what Waldman was talking about. I know going into this, we kind of thought maybe Matt Nagy had a little bit more rope than even Ryan Pace did.
Right.
I don't know. I think that they're very likely tied together. at the end of the day. But you never know with this fucking franchise. I just don't expect them to bounce back. I think you're going to see, for my bold prediction, I think you're going to see a strip sack by Quinn. I think he's going to continue this, and I think you're going to see Roquan get another defensive touch. He's going to get the scoop and score off of it. That's going to be my bold prediction. But the Bears, at the end of the game, fall 19-13 to the Detroit Lions, and I think we're partying in New York because they have the Bears, so they'll be drafted number 2 and number 3 overall, maybe.
The
next
Giants
April.
got that.
Can you imagine?
The
Real
Giants
quick.
got that pick, so
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Real
that's
quick,
what I'm-
guys. Bear Truth's got a good quote. Who do you guys think is going to be calling the plays this weekend?
I think it's Laser.
Definitely Bill Laser.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why that's why I showed that whole comedic piece.
Yeah.
Because he's saying everything but the truth. Well, you gotta know that. You gotta do that. You gotta understand.
I think
there's things that I'm not going to get into in front of everybody as to why.
Exactly.
I
That
said
is an
Nagy because of the 9. I think this is his last stand. He's gonna be like, no,
Really?
I'm gonna get. I think he's got ego because to Shayne's earlier point, Detroit has kind of been our get well game, so he'll be like, I got this, and basically because of that move and how poorly the offense will look, that's why I went that way. Because to be honest, if you tell me that Bill Laser's calling plays, I'm expecting way more than 9 points out of this team. Because the team would be way more invigorated.
He's calling plays based
All right, well,
on that presser.
Here's
I'm
another
telling
thing,
you
though.
he is.
But Cars,
So you want to change your prediction?
No. But I have 2 questions before we wrap this up for everybody on panel.
Yes.
Starting quarterback, Phil, go.
For predicting, right? Or me? Just for the record.
Yeah,
Who do I think
will be who's
Matt
gonna take the
Nagy's
first
gonna
snap?
decide?
Who's going to take the first snap for the Bears on Sunday?
I think it's going to be Andy Dalton.
Cars?
I think it's going to be.
I don't think he's going to be healthy enough, so that's the only reason I say it's Fields.
Yeah.
If he was healthy enough, I would completely agree with you.
I
though,
agree
Phil.
exactly what Carr said. If Dalton's healthy, he'd probably start him, but
Sheree?
it's Fields.
I'm thinking Fields.
I'm going Fields.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a feeling it's Fields too. And here's my next question off kilter. This is going off of Carr's prediction of him being launched. So if we're going to be forward thinking, and I know I see a lot of people saying Mike Patton, give him the interim role. Would you turn to a guy like Sean Desai to see what he does?
No.
Before you let him
he's-
out of the building?
No, because he's not ready to be a head coach. He's just becoming a defensive coordinator. Way too much on his plate.
Yeah, I would do
Can't
Flip.
You put Flip in there?
Because the important part is, as Waldman said, is Fields. And that's the guy that's got to steward that. As long as he could kind of hands off and make sure that his OC calls the plays. For me, Laser doesn't have the personality for it. He doesn't have the... It's
Right.
hard to picture guys getting really juiced up where you can see
My
Flip.
point is, could you see I can see Chicago doing something like that because you look at the Chargers coach. You know what I mean? Staley. What was his history? DC for a year?
But
he doesn't even have a year under his belt.
No,
If it makes
I
it-
understand.
And he's only
but I mean,
just
but is
became
15 more?
Carr's
Is 15 more?
first bear
Is
up.
15 more games gonna?
Yes.
Be the deciding factor for that?
Yes, this guy is not ready to be the head coach.
I'm not saying he's ready. I'm talking about an
You can
inept
talk to him
franchise. Mm-hmm.
and interview him after, but you got to give somebody that's.
I understand he's not
been
ready.
here.
I understand. I'm talking. I'm not saying this is a.
He's saying
a
as
Shayne
if
move. I'm
if
saying
you know
the Bears.
the
I'm saying
McCaskies and Ted, it is that kind of
he's
move.
been there, but don't forget, he's fucking survived all of these coaches. He survived fucking Trestman. He survived John Fox. He's been a part of Matt Nagy. He's been
The
Yeah,
guy
but in
that's been
this
here.
scenario, you're asking me. I'm telling you what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't give it to Desai. The Chicago Bears, they could give it to fucking Tabor, for God's sake. The way they fucking decide shit up there. I don't know. But I'm coming from the I would not give Desai that because he's not ready to be a head coach. Again, that's like what they did to Justin Fields. You ruined that. Now his reputation. Look, the fucking 0-20 Bears. Whatever. I just don't think you do that. In my opinion. That's
no. I think we agree with you, but it is a Bears move that they would make. Because
I would be shocked even if they did it. To be honest, I think they would do more Cars or Pettin because Pettin's been a head coach.
I think they're that short-sighted
Maybe
enough
Bill
just
Lazor
to do it, to be literally say,
Wow.
"Hey, Brandon Staley, we let him get out. We're gonna see what we got with this guy." In a
No
and you
one's
can potentially get
overlooking
him
it, Jody.
cheaper.
Judy, not Jody. No one's overlooking it. They're just he's a minute role according to.
He's not a coach. He's what are they? He's an advisor.
Yeah, he's like an advisor. He's an advisor. He's fucking Ernie Accorsi of your staff.
Well, we've got
welcome, Pirate Dave.
Just watching it.
Yeah, someone's just checking in, but we're still live. This is a long show. It kind of confused me last. Now I'm up to date with the technology. Someone could turn on the show and start it from the beginning and still be in the chat.
Yeah,
that's why. So that's why Pirate Dave's a little late, but that's okay. Senior assistant is Mike Pettin.
Yeah,
I
mean
think
that's
he
what
would move from senior assistant to head coach. It's like George Jefferson.
Yeah,
beans don't fry. In the kitchen.
Nagy's boy from Minnesota.
Nagy
there.
gonna
was the
run
same-
that curl.
He was a senior assistant, correct? Wasn't he?
Yeah.
The ball.
Childress. Yeah, he was a special assistant, which is similar to what Tom Herman's title, I believe, is as well.
What did Matt Waldman call Nagy on the Chiefs? What did he call the
Ball washer?
The
ball washer.
Yeah.
Ball washer.
That was awesome. That was good.
Braggs makes a good point here. There's a rarity of these, according to Cars. But Flip for head coach, he already interviewed. So Cars and Greg are on the same page.
Cars, do you want to change your mind? No.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Listen, the reality is, I have to agree with Cars here. You know that Pettin or DiFilippo in that position to take over that spot. I don't think Desai's got enough.
What about Lazor?
I don't think he's got the personality. He's a smart guy, but he's got all the like passion and energy of a damp towel. Like that's just kind of the way he is.
I'm going to be throwing back to Chris.
He's Ron Turner, like
dead air. Hello.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Hello.
You remember me?
Remember me?
We got 4 views.
What
on our
song
last
did he
show.
sing that night? He sang a song drunk. Oh my god!
I still have that on my phone, by the way.
Hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
There was some funny things that happened in the past, but yeah, bringing Doug Peterson. Cars thoughts?
I think we saw that really Frank Reich was the one that really made everything happen in
That was my
Philly.
guy.
So I think, that there's a reason he's out of a gig and he's not getting he lost that locker room really badly, as Shayne can attest from all the press clippings he was kind of forced to read. Absolutely not.
Listen, would anybody, this guy's taking, they call me Bam Bam. You're reading my mind. This was my question.
You know
I know
how I feel
Cherie's a
about
big blue.
Because
Where
of
you
him.
at? Could we get my guy?
I think that's the one job that Harbaugh would leave
back
Michigan
to the NFL
for.
Mm-hmm.
I would,
He
but in
would
all
be the
seriousness,
perfect guy working with Justin, running read. Look what he did with San Francisco. He hires Roman, and they start running the option. They start going after it, right?
but yeah, absolutely.
This maniacal motherfucker. I love that guy. I really do. But
Shane, to your point though, yeah, they'd probably be the one with how it's gone in college and all the other stuff.
David
the Bears
Shaw
would be
is
the
another
only
great.
one that would go get him too, right?
Yeah.
Like nobody else is beating down that door.
Right.
I'm
And
with.
yeah, I think with everything that's unfolding in Arlington Heights, and I mean, we know the behind the scenes shit,
God.
Pat Ryan and stuff like that. I can see the Bears going the fucking name route.
Well, if he wasn't so senile, like you would be like, okay, they'd go do Mike Ditka again to go build all of this up right now.
God damn! Don't give some of the meatballs in the.
But you know
I thought
that
somebody was in there saying Mike Singletary would bench him, and I'm like, oh.
Pants up or pants down benching? Yeah. That's always the big question with that one.
Oh no. I forgot about that story. Someone will have to Google that, Caden, because you don't know the pants up or
I have
pants
no idea.
down. Exactly.
You're better off.
There is a good story there. I'm a big fan of Jim Harbaugh. I've said back in dial-up days, cars, that was my guy before he went to Stanford. But the Chicago Bears keep meddling with Canadian Football League coaches, a fucking Arena League guy, a ball washer, Phil Emery's got, Ernie Accorsi's got. Oh my God. Let's get John Fox was over the edge. He was over the edge. And listen, everyone wants to go young, including Cherie, but I had to, Cherie. Tell your mom I'm sorry, but it was too good. It was too delicious.
Phil, before you move on to the shout outs, I don't think you should play this during the shout outs, but you might as well play
it now.
Yeah. We'll address
Let's
this.
play it now.
Do you want me to give a little soliloquy?
Give a little, because you're the one who subjected us to this.
Yeah.
moment.
So one thing that Phil and I have found out over the past year with not just dealing with the show live on air is there's a lot of things that go on every single day behind the scenes that you don't plan for or just pop up out of the fucking blue. And there's been a lot of that. But with our patron side, if you are not a patron, head over to thetapeneverlies.com to sign up immediately. But the way that we do everything over there for our all access features, you have to have the ability to gain access to those by becoming a patron. So we have private links and, private pages, private Facebook page that you have to ask for access to that we've run into multiple issues of people taking that and being like, fuck yeah, let's promote the shit out of this. Look at this fucking video. Here you go. Here's the fucking private link. Oh, fuck. Did I just do that? So that's happened, I don't know, maybe 25 fucking times in the past year. And it reared its ugly head today, unfortunately. With one of our patrons,
we honestly do some things for the patrons first before we put it out onto the public. So we released Curls song in the title for patrons only. Curls. Please, in the description, keep
it
this.
Literally said it in big bold print.
Big
huge bold print.
So
I was in my office today at work, and I literally just happened to refresh Twitter. I looked down, I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Pick up my phone. I call Phil, and I'm like, bro, it's like, what is it? I'm like, one of our patrons just fucking tweeted out the fucking private
Curls song.
Tweeted out the thing that we're gonna debut at 8:00, the world premiere. And he wasn't doing it maliciously or anything like that, but we ask everybody that is a patron to just be conscious of that, because we've run into it with multiple people too. They're like, with our Facebook our Facebook all access page, it'll say,
I'll be like, how the fuck do I have 30 people trying to gain access today to this? And then I'll look, and it literally tells me the person that invited them.
Right.
So we've run into that a lot of times. It'll be like, John Doe invited these 37 people to the private fucking page. Well, it doesn't work like that. So we want to be conscious of that. We love that you guys love us and want to promote, but just we know what we're doing here, but we want to step away from that. So with that being said,
accountability, right?
Accountability.
Unlike Nagy cars, we're gonna.
If you are a TTNL patron and you go over the fucking red security tape, you are going to be vilified live on air by us. So, Phil, roll the tape, please.
Here we go.
What up, DDP, Shayne, 100 crew? I have to apologize. I almost let the cat out of the bag on your premiere. So I just have to ask, please don't fire me from the patron family. I understand the whys.
Poor Cam. Thank God only 16 people follow him on Twitter, so we're probably pretty safe there.
So
But
yes,
it's a joke, but at the same time, it's actually quite a big deal, for people. Listen, the patrons are.
Remember Mike Haw? We called him. He was
Mike.
in tears almost.
Yeah.
Mike Haw.
That was like an hour and a half though, because he was like fucking eating cheese puffs. He's like,
Yeah, we
"This is
couldn't get a
fucking
hold
great.
of him.
Yeah, come join Patreon. Here's the fucking link. I'm gonna go make 47 posts on All Access. Nagy's a dick. Nagy's a dumbass. Nagy's a fool. I don't like Matt Nagy. Claude's flying first class. I don't fly first class. Every thought. So listen, in the fucking way that TTNL is, we're gonna bust your fucking balls, but we want to hold you accountable. We love Cam. Cam's been great behind the scenes with everything that he's done, helping out.
He's awesome.
These guys have all been great to my son, and sending him stuff. But it's so awesome. But it doesn't matter who you are. We're gonna hold you accountable.
Gotta hold you accountable.
Yeah. With that being said,
and you're gonna have, if you do something like that, you're gonna have to do the video. And in all honesty, I'm being transparent because Shayne could tell you my reaction. I'll be like, if fucking does it again, they're out. Get them. I don't need $7. That's it. That's how. Listen, that's how I
put
coach.
A lot of fun. We do.
You put a lot of time and energy into fun.
I say this a lot, and it actually makes me feel bad. I know Phil is a little bit better with, praising himself than I am. I don't think that's any breaking news, right, Phil?
I do a hell of a lot more than you do. So
hey, that's right. Because you're a psychopath. Steph, my shoelaces, do you think these are okay that they're 47 degrees to the left? Should I put these over to the side?
Listen, I gotta get it right. I want to fly first class like Claudio. All my hard work is finally starting to pay off.
I like Claude's justification was, well, we took a 3-week vacation to Italy.
Yeah,
this is
shitload of money in Italy.
Yeah, but I didn't go to the store.
So I'm going to spend an even more shitload of money on myself.
Thank you, Cherie. That was
so. No, we love Cam. He owned it. He made the video. But if this happens again, like we Phil and I put a lot of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears into what we do. And we want to definitely honor our patrons that are, have a financial aspect each and every month to this. And we don't want to just give that shit away, willy nilly because of a, forgetful moment or whatever. But, so yeah, that's the accountability there. Cam stepped up. And we know the why, because Cam was a dumbass, and that's it.
Now Cam has apologized. All is forgotten.
So let's tackle the real question. Cherie, are you married?
Ooh, she shook her head. No.
Well, okay.
No, I am not.
All right. Well, hit
Her
her up.
name is Cherie.
Thank you, Bullet.
Bullets has said. Look at that. Everyone gets protective of Cherie. If you mess up her name, Cherie, real quick, before we go to shout outs, is the region a part of you see the change of face. Oh my god, I love it. That was your answer. She already knew.
Golly, what the hell is going on?
Shout out Tape Never Lies. Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too. Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too. From the fans in the stands to the follows on the gram. Thanks for your support, showing love in the DM. We stay Spencer strong, fight together till the end. Now it's time to shout out worldwide friends and fam. Like
the network that keeps it real, 100 crew. So many in the world that I gotta show love to. For some this part, signal show is at its end. But for me it's so important to thank the charter members and the fans. Built the network, speak the truth through the tape. Never run around the truth, no narratives we create. Set them straight, no bubble screen on 4th and 8. Audio Shayne getting nervous cause keeping them up too late. That's it, no more to say they get the shot of vital. But hurry up cause the postman's getting homicidal.
Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too. Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too.
The network that keeps it real, Spencer strong.
There it is. Claudio's favorite part in First Class. There we go.
I told Jackal, I'm like, I should not have.
Dude, he sold you out so fucking quick. He sold you out so. He texted Phil and I separately, like immediately. Like I'll even tell you.
Oh, dude,
it was so funny.
That's fucking funny.
I'm looking.
First Class Fernicola.
No, we're talking about
gotta be a T-shirt
Airbnb
out
together.
together. There we go.
Where is
yes, you're going in on Saturday, right? You're going to be flying
Saturday,
in.
yeah.
Cherie, are you going in Friday or Saturday?
Saturday.
Cars, you live there, so hopefully we get. Are you going to be able to go to the game that Sunday? It's the 17th.
So I get a screenshot of this last night, Claude.
I can't read it either.
I'm flying solo. I did first class. LOL. Only came to 500 round trip. Yeah, that's from Jackal.
Jackal's
He did a screenshot of what I texted
and deleted his responses
at
in there.
8:15.
Wow.
And then he wrote under it to me, "Hey, who's this from?" And I'm like, "I have no idea." And he wrote Claude, and I'm like, "Wow, really?" Yup, got a kick out of it. And I'm like, "Is he serious? Is he really flying first class?" Yep, he's trying to talk me into it. I told him I got 3 kids. I'm flying out for 108 round trip.
I did not try to talk
Accountability.
him into it. That's a lie. So I don't know what that was all about.
I might have made up the last.
Oh, you might have made that up. Okay. Oh shit.
He was just texting me. Everything's good, so good to know. God bless the Jackals and everything. Listen, let's start with you, Caden. Shouting out. What a great show every Wednesday night here. This is our young producer from Drake University. Roommate's name. Does anybody on the panel remember his roommate's name?
I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear.
I guess not.
Someone in the chat might get it. Who knows?
I'm gonna say honestly, I don't remember. Ian.
There was an Ian. Yeah.
Was I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Fucking got it right. Jesus, I'm proud of myself. Let's go. What's your shout out here?
Well, shout out everyone on the panel here. Shout out the chat. Like, everyone was really cool tonight. You know, you always get your trolls, but it is what it is. Yeah, shout out Spencer, Riley. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
For sure. Be you.
Kids got away with words.
Tell the whys. Give us the whys. Kids got away with words.
All that aside, it's about clear communication on why.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matthew. Cherie, single, will be in Chicago Saturday. She will be at the TTNL tailgate for you bachelors.
Newest invention here is called.
Jesus Christ, Claude! I can't believe that one up there.
First
HR.
Shayne,
timing of that was
HR
just awful.
No class, Vernicola.
TTNL HR is getting a call.
What do you got, Cherie?
So this time my shout outs are personal. The week before last or whatever, I know Shayne, you don't believe me. I went to Vegas me and my family met up in Vegas for my dad's birthday. So I want to shout out my uncle. I think he is listening. I sent him the link, so hopefully he's watching. I love you, Uncle Kevin. Also a shout out my sister because I made her subscribe too, and it reignited my relationship with her. We hadn't talked in over 2 years, so seeing her and rebuilding that relationship with my little sister was cool. So had a ball with my family in Vegas. So shout out to them, love them. Shout out to you guys, of course. Spencer, Riley, Tate, hope he gets better. And to you guys on the panel. So
there you go.
That's it for me.
Cherie. Rekindling relationship, Shayne, here on TTNL, keeping it 100.
Do we know who the nerd is talking to Caden back there?
I think that's his roommate, Ian.
That's not Ian, is it?
No, it's some other guy coming in trying to
Elvis from fucking Hartford.
You are listening to Keeping It 100. No, I don't know who that is, but he's a distraction in the background while Cherie was giving her shout outs. Claudio, first class Fernicola.
Shout out to first class.
Jackal for selling me out. Claude forgets who he works with.
Spencer, Riley, obviously my boy Tate. Hopefully he's feeling better over there, so I can come and watch a game.
I had to
Actually, Claude, we have a bit of breaking news.
All about this.
All
right?
that's bullshit. It feels just. He's building up his fucking Coke Zero.
His Coke Zero, he's saving it.
Claudio steals all my Coke Zeros. So
Cherry.
All right, so
Cherry.
real quick, just
Coke
a couple guys here. Joseph Matt Zuzak and Fat Boy Gotti. They made me laugh in the chat today. So.
Fat Boy Gotti.
Fat Boy Gotti. I haven't seen him before, really. So
Joseph butchering his name. Matt Zuzak.
Yeah, Matt Zuzak. And Solo. The dude's like 500 round trip first class. Who the fuck wouldn't? So Solo.
There you go.
That's right.
Solo's on
the same wavelength.
That Han Solo.
And and my family. So there we go.
There you go. Claudio, the barber, the moderator, the cut it out kid now has become first class Fernicola on the show.
I'll take that.
Cars, help us out here. You got a shout out?
So my wife, I've had to take on a larger role at work. So I have been a little bit more not available than normal. So thank you to her for as always carrying all of my dead weight. I think if you could throw up Rick Hamby's comment in there as well, let's add his son out to the list of folks that we're thinking of right now as well. That's something we got to keep close as well. But that's it for me.
Jeez, Rick, we are with you. Please, Rick is one of us. TTNL 100 crew. He's number 68 on the patron, and thoughts and prayers to you.
He's never posted illegal links, Cam.
Yeah,
Rick
he
hasn't.
definitely has. Never.
So
hopefully, in all seriousness,
yeah,
I have 7-year-old twins. That age is just so precious, man. It's just. I have a picture of Tate sleeping tonight that my wife sent me. It's like touches my soul. It's so innocent, so amazing. Like, in all seriousness, that is not.
Yeah, thoughts. Yeah, we'll keep
thoughts
our
with
prayers.
you. Absolutely. Shayne, do you want to go, and I'll wrap it up and do the business side?
Yeah, mine are pretty much the same. Spencer, Riley. We obviously want Tate to bounce back. Phil, I've talked to you. Obviously every day, and listening to you and Steph adjusting your lives, dealing with the home life on alternate days, dealing with Tate. I mean, that's
right.
That shit's no joke, man. It's really not when you're used to your schedule and dealing with stuff at work, and then you have, it's kind of uprooted immediately like that. It's people can laugh and make a joke of it, but it's not. And I mean, 7-year-old twins. I've been to Phil's house, and they're very energetic.
Yeah.
It's probably
tornadoes.
Trying to lasso 2 of them.
I don't go there to watch the game. I just go there to occupy Tate and Death.
I can't imagine.
Phil can watch the game and tweet.
I can't imagine having one upstairs and one downstairs. I was listening to Phil. He had to go up, and he's like, "What are you doing up here? You got to be downstairs." No, you stay. You go downstairs. Just trying to. It's a whole
keeping
added
them.
layer to it.
What do you call it? Quarantined.
Yeah,
I gotta have one downstairs. We did it. There was just one day where Tate's like, "I just feel fine," and that's when Shayne was on the phone with me. I'm like, "Get downstairs." Losing my mind.
It's like I said, we all have our regular lives away from this, and that shit can all get lost really, really fast when people can be like, why, or maybe this person was in a bad mood or whatever. And it seems like our TTNL family, it's been you talk about 2020 when COVID hit, but 2021, man, has been crazy for our network here. Just with everybody going through. I mean, there's literally everybody on this panel's been dealing with some sort of a family issue or whatever, and even guys behind the scenes that aren't here that are dealing with it. Just hey, we're all thinking of everybody involved with TTNL, with whatever you're dealing with. And Rick, shout out to you, man. That's I know that life all too well, not dealing with exactly what you're dealing with, but it's no fucking joke, man, especially when it's your kid or your grandkid or whatever it may be. It's totally different. So just shout out to everybody here, behind the scenes guys, Steven Johnson, Zach Pearson. I want to throw them in there too.
Exactly.
Like I said, we're all going through our own thing, and we couldn't do anything of what we couldn't hit 11,000 subscribers without everybody that you see here and all of our help that we have behind the scenes. Because they say it takes a family, or it takes a whole entire neighborhood to raise a child, and it's the same way with our network here. It takes a village, I guess is the proper term I should use, but it really does. So thank you so much, everybody, and everybody that's sent things and well wishes and gifts and packages to Riley. It's truly amazing to see. It's literally been nonstop. Sometimes it's just as simple as a note, and those things matter. Riley had a tough day yesterday evening, and just sitting down and sometimes going through some of the notes that people have said or DMs, and people that'll have never met Riley or probably never will meet Riley. You know what I mean? It's people from around the world, and it's knowing that they have your back, or that they're taking 2 minutes out of their day to send a well wish to your son. That's a beautiful thing, and sometimes you just got to say fuck football and focus on that. The Bears can make me fucking mental, but end of the day, my family is always going to be there, and knowing that I have people backing me up, like all of you guys here and the fans all around the world, that's a sense of security that I think is very, very important.
Well said. Again, I see you fans doing things for TTNL people, trying to put the community first and stick to the baseline of what this is all about. You can't just say it's family and then it's that moment where your friend or somebody has passed away, and you're dealing with the family, and you get into that moment where you're like, so sorry for your loss. If you need anything, reach out. How many people really want to do stuff? It's like with Tate going through COVID, people are leaving stuff at the door, food or candy for the kid. It's just humanity. There is hope, as Gary would say, in that department. And in this network tonight, the premiere of Curls, and 11,000 subscribers. We just continue to grow. It's those people that are on the bottom floor, to Shayne's point, that have always been there. It's not the new people coming in just wanting to be your friend because they see what's going on. It's those people that go beyond the call. You can come in tomorrow and be the greatest person, and then you have to prove yourself to me. I ain't no Matt Nagy. I'm not saying everything's good back there when I know it ain't. In here, it's really good. So I want to thank the panel tonight. Start off by Matt Waldman. I want to thank Matt for coming on the show and just being an amazing person and friend, analyst. Tito Godina. I still saw him in here at the end too. Hannah Joy was at the top of the show. Wanted a shout out. Big fan of the show and me or whatever. Hannah Joy, got your shout. Mikel Williams still in the chat every week. This guy is the real deal. Mikel Williams. Rick Riggs and his beautiful wife. Those two people always supporting us. Got to shout out my boy, the producer, Real Quick Productions, Cool Kennedy, for doing what you do and bringing the table, setting a different table. Anything that I think you're going, then you go even further. That is the real deal right there. That dude, I can't wait to meet him. Sammy the Bull, he's being the lead dog and helping produce all this stuff with my guy, Ivan Vargas. From Sean and Maya over there, just a brotherhood there. Ivan produces over there. He's a fucking tremendous producer, great human being. I know what he's doing and helping us to make sure everything goes live really well, and help Shayne across there when we go live on BHL right after the Packers game. Be live there. We'll be playing fucking curls in the parking lot with Alex Acevedo's booming system, we hope. And all the TTNL songs. John Centino, Adam Walters, Willie Hill II, Tim Wall in Hawaii. The new Johnson deserve a shout out. Mandy H, Thunder Girl 80. Congratulations to her and her husband, Shayne. They have officially closed on a house in Arizona.
I wrote that down, and I should have.
Arizona.
I should have included them in my shout outs. No, that's a big
what
deal.
I want. Yeah, that's why I get paid the big bucks.
Yeah, that's right.
Thunder Girl
ain't flying first class. So.
I am not. Me and Steph are way in the back, flying to Chicago on Friday. We'll be there Friday. So we'll be talking all about this leading up. Obviously, hopefully the Bears. Ron G, send some positive love Ron G's way, the super producer. He's never on the show. We got to get him on the show at night. Him and Caden Whitlow, you guys are my under the radar prospects that are just doing the dirty work. They're un-Jimmy Graham like when it comes to run blocking. We'll just talk about that. Caden and Ron G. And my boy Bearlissimo across the pond. Without him, honestly, I wouldn't have the all 22. He gives me laughs every day. He's just a great dude. I truly appreciate my guy, George Bayless. Greg Braggs, my boy, checking in on me all the time, checking in on my family and my son. I really appreciate that. Clint Wilson, Donnie LeBeck from Connecticut, always Vito, Fialo, I always say it. You're the best. You're always HL Priest, Vito, Steph Froylan, Phil Froylan, Mikkel Williams. Those guys always go out of their way. And Bullets, my boy Bullets, always go out of their way to promote this network. They should not be overlooked. Arnulf, though, Arlacone, I'm hopefully I say your name, Arnolfo Arlacone. Always, he wrote me such a nice letter about what this network has taught him about football. So now he feels like he can actually watch it differently than he ever did before. And thus that makes him feel more included, more involved, more knowledgeable. That's the best compliment anybody can give you in the network. It's not about trying to be a contradictory thing and contrarian to get clicks like some of these fucking bum-ass fucks. This is about the reality of truth, having a lot of fun, free-flowing atmosphere, and doing the tape being the narrative, the truth. There's nothing there. So truly want to say that. My last shout out, the fans, you guys are incredible. Showing up, almost 900 people here watching live. It's amazing. And thousands more. You're not here now. Shout out Jim Larison for always having my back. I can't forget you, the business manager. Want to re-echo Steven and Zach as Shayne did. And my last shout out, as I was saying, is to my daughter, Sunshine. Today was, well, yesterday now, technically, her 17th birthday. So she's a great person, but she had to be.
Cars can still wish her happy birthday. He's still,
yeah,
he's still on Wednesday.
It is, yes. Happy birthday. Yeah.
There you go. Cars can do it. Thank you, Cars. You saved
it.
Of
course.
So yeah,
that's what I do.
My daughter Sunshine is 17 today in Chicago right now. Thank you. Great call, Shayne. And she's has to be quarantined out of our house with my ex because she was on a visit when Tate. So there you go.
What?
Exactly.
Was that nice?
So it's because it's 20 after.
We
That's
couldn't
why.
even celebrate her birthday with her, but we will on Monday night before the Chris Zorich show, the Super 16 poll show with Chris Zorich every Monday night here on TTNL. You're a big college football fan. You love the college game. Check us out on Monday nights right here on the Tape Never Lies Network. He's our latest addition to the TTNL family. Shayne has something to show him.
Baby. Here we go.
There you go. Shayne's taking a shot. Notre Dame's still undefeated. So is Michigan. So is Iowa. 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 Go. Okay. We'll see. I love college football. We'll have draft coverage. You saw my boy from Iowa today. I released it. with a little highlight. Thank you, Shayne, for sending that to me. That center from Iowa. Let me tell you something.
Has Andy been in the chat like all night? And
How is Tate? He's doing good. We did that remedy.
He's watching it
for
on
Tate.
delay. I'm not sure.
He might be, but Tate has COVID. His symptoms, he was clammy, he had an eye puff. But he's gotten so much better. The only thing is the taste. So real quick, Steph wanted to be nice last Wednesday night before the show and bought them McDonald's. So Tate's favorite thing is the fish fillet and a large fry and a big root beer, as Uncle Claudio should know in first class. That is Tate's order. So you should have seen the tear. I thought something happened, like it's bleeding or something. He's crying tears of crocodile tears. This fish fillet tastes like crap, Daddy. I hate it. This is just didn't taste the same because of the COVID. So the taste thing. So I did try that Jamaican remedy on TikTok where you burn the orange.
Yeah.
You
I
dump
had
that-
when I had COVID, I lost my taste too. You should get eucalyptus smelling oil.
Really?
Strong, yeah, I used it. I don't know if it
did it come back. Did it help
well,
you?
it did come back, but I don't know if it was a coincidence. But that's what I was doing like every day. I was smelling that.
I'll get.
I
some-
read that might help.
Maybe Uncle Claudio could bring that over this Sunday.
Smoke weed every day.
This Sunday,
For me and you.
Claudio, you are back. The quarantine ban is lifted tomorrow. So Tate will go back to school tomorrow, but it's so weird, guys, because his brother's got to stay 3 more days, even though he's negative, even still. So he can't go back to school till Monday. So Devin's home, but he still can have visitors now. So that's a good thing. Anyway, we'll be back Sunday. Claudio will be at the house. Bears Hour Live. We're going to end with a little promo on the best Bears post-game show, bar none, Shayne, on the planet. Listen, the numbers don't lie. Go over to our channel, subscribe, but check out BHL. There's more views than my tape breakdown. That is a record in above itself. Almost 16,000 fans checking in on BHL. As Cherie could tell you, the chat room is flying. You want to be on BHL this Sunday, especially if Cars and everyone's predictions right. Please reach out to Shayne or Chris Jackal or Claudio or somebody on the network via Twitter DM or Facebook. You could reach out to me. We'll get you on the show. You got to bring it, though. You got to be prepared, Shayne. Real quick, Shayne. Have your headset. Be on a Wi-Fi signal. Be on a Wi-Fi signal and be ready to throw down. I love you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you back. If you're a patron, we'll be back tomorrow, 12 p.m. If you want to check that show out with Austin Carter Samuels, break it down. Why Matt Nagy is fucking possibly destroying Justin Fields. Is Austin Carter Samuels reason that he reached out to me. I got to talk about this. This is crazy. Austin Carter Samuels, if you follow him on Instagram, you'll see he's a quarterback guru, and we're going to be breaking it all down tomorrow noon. We'll put that on our channel on Friday at 5 p.m. or later that night. So hopefully you guys check all of that out. God bless you and have a great night.
Bears Hour Live.
I was raised in a football household knowing that the team is a reflection of you. How you set your team up for failure is to not have them prepared on every level. A great coach takes number 4 and says, "Get the fuck off my field! You didn't come here to play and embarrass the other 40 guys out there." That's what a coach does. Accountability. You want to tackle good? You do it in the fucking preseason. You get every fucking guy,
every starter out there and you tackle live. Why? Why are these guys getting hurt? Because they're not used to the speed of the game. Not for one series, not for two series. Because a wise man taught me, you only go and get better if you go full speed. You get, quote, calloused up. But instead, we get bubble wrap.
It's over and over and over. If there's a 3rd and 14, they're going to give up 17, and the guy's going to be wide open where? In the middle of the field.
You got to get these guys out of the box. You're getting a great run game, so throw the ball on. You know what?
They didn't even attempt it, Phil. That's the problem. How many times did we talk about you don't even have to complete the pass, but it's going to keep them honest. You brought in all of this speed, and you didn't test it one time. Not one. And
I agree with that one.
That makes what David Montgomery did even more impressive.
Exactly.
Now defensively, my God, you got great down linemen. But, you know, they look like the calls were ridiculous. I mean, to me, those guys should be playing straight up, and they can handle their own.
Exactly.
You're taking these guys and moving them, and they're getting big plays because you moved them. I just don't understand it. And, you know, at basic football, you got to play basic football. Then you can do the other things. You got to show your players that they're good enough to do that. And I don't know that he even believes they're good enough to do it. That's my feeling.
As a coach, I believe you prepare the entire football team to play a game. Because he doesn't have his team prepared. The team is a reflection of a head coach. The game is within the game of not knowing 32 is the identity of your football team. This has been a mystery for this clown, this shoe salesman, for years. As a coach, you've done a disservice to your whole city, your whole franchise by not doing what any coach should do. We got an open competition. Because the reality is the guy that's calling plays is not a good play caller or a leader of men.
Due to some violent content, parental discretion is advised.
Power off. Let's go.
Bubble screen over here. Let's curl. I said it, I get so frustrated. The city of Chicago.
Nagy throwing curls. I hope he throw it downfield, but he always calling curls. I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls. Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like Matt Nagy loves drawing plays, calling plays. Surprised they all curls. Man, I should erase it with a pencil. Nagy hit his barber, asked for the Jerry curl special. Damn, do we really think any dog in the special? Curly fries on the Greek dining menu. Primetime curl routes disappoint the venue. We got speed receivers blocking the ends too. DDP called me up, so I'm in route. I hope Mustafa could throw a block. 32 might have to bust out and break 11 tackles. By the way, RIP to the tackles. Matt Nagy up prepared, he got the city shackled. Giving up first downs, Eddie Jacks won't tackle. And it's the same old song, and they gon' put in just the fields, but it won't be for Nagy throwing curls. I hope he throw it downfield, but he always calling curls. I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls. Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like.
Couldn't find a run if he was DMC. 4 long years, no identity. 32, Montgomery, taking talking off his fault, pace signs and speed. Prime overnight, get her straightened up for curl. Nagy played calls from Arena World. Hold up, gotta answer the why. Always calling passes cause
big plays are nice.
Gimmicks don't work in the streets or the field. Overwhelmed line like a DU spiel. Preaching competition at every position, but not having Justin on the field. Contradiction. For sure.
But for sure.
For sure. For sure.
For sure.
Throw the diner menu out. Smells like manure. Give up plate calls. Let them stand in ovation. And while you're at it, throw out collaboration.
Curls, curls. I hope he throw it downfield, but he always call it curls. Curls, curls. I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls. Curls, curls. Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. Curls, curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like.
Bubble screen over here. Let's throw curls. I said it, I get so frustrated. The city of Chicago, Lord Funk, get a chair for Matt Nagy's curls. Let's do curls all day. Attack down the field. Over here, let's throw curls.
What are the whys?
Performance over politics.
This has been a Shy City Sports presentation and a Tape Never Lies Network production. Keeping it 100. Thanks for tuning in to the Tape Never Lies Network.